And here it is. Here we go. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. Here we go. Here I go. I hope you're there. The session comment says your company required. That thing that happens twice a day, sometimes happening twice a day in this instance. If you're available, come participate. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Water, only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wike kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́nàmẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is, the K guide. Iku Koniru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Run off likely over Obi Kwakwanso's emergence. So it's the Americans that are saying this. So they've gone and condensed whatever it is that they have condensed to arrive then at that likelihood. And not often do they get it wrong, but are they getting it wrong in this instance? Run off likely over Obi Kwakwanso's emergence in United States Institute. So quite what they are predicating that upon, we'll find out shortly. So we recently now saw Atiku's interview with the right, and very quickly this spill out and the fallout and the backlash against that. PDP candidate Atiku is a lawbreaker, ill-prepared to be president, bungled TV interview, Tinubu's camp. So I've always said that the politics in Nigeria really is only really going to be between Tinubu and Atiku. And as soon as one of them breaks cover, the other one will quickly counter. And this is now what we're seeing. So the politics has now fully started in its fullest fledged. PDP candidate Atiku is a lawbreaker, ill-prepared to be president, bungled TV interview, Tinubu's camp. So they are throwing all manners of things at that Atiku now famous or infamous interview. Tinubu analyzes 6 lies in Atiku's recent interview, lambast PDP candidate. So full statement. So they are going all hell for it because the understanding, at least according to the two of them, is that the contention for the Nigerian presidency is for the two of them. So either would never let the other one steal a match on him. So either would never let the other one steal a match on him. And this is what we're seeing playing out now. So still all the kerfuffle around the Atiku interview. Atiku challenges Tinubu to grant 1-hour TV interview. So I join Atiku in issuing that challenge because I cannot imagine for all of my life that Tinubu can sustain that Tinubu can sustain a 1-hour stretch interview. Somebody that cannot speak for 10 seconds without making a gaffe. and you are now asking him to go and sit with sharp brains like Ruben Abati and Tudun. So there it is. Atiku challenges Tinubu to grant 1 hour long interview. So that's the challenge. Will he pick it up though? I will soon speak to expose Atiku. This is Wike now, not letting go now. Hell had no fury like a cross riverman scorned. So that is the thing. Hell had no fury like a cross riverman scorned. So there it is. I will soon speak to expose Atiku. So rather than threaten to speak, because when you threaten to speak to expose, that is that you are inviting them to come and calm you down. So rather than threaten to speak to expose, why don't you just expose as your first pronouncement and let them deal with it afterwards? Atiku, I will expose everything that happened in PDP to Nigerians, vows Wike. So that seems like a come and negotiate sort of a position. I challenge you to sit down for an hour interview. So this is Atiku again, same headline. So that's the mix. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space, and as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screens and engage you in a conversation. So that's how it works, an open microphone session. So there it is, and there it is. So let's take another musical intermission, and then we come in properly. This time around, not allowed, I was about to say. This time around, we go for the Holy Holy song.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Get the freedom. Is another Savior. Get the freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
And there it is, that should do. So there it is, the Holy Holy song from the Southeast. Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Run off likely over Obi Kwakwanso's emergence, United States institutes. So not institute, but institute with an S. The 2023 presidential election may go into a runoff with the emergence of Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party Rabiu Kwankwaso, a delegation of United States-based National Democratic Institute and International Republican Institute said on Friday. According to them, the 2023 elections would be a departure from some of the political dynamics that defined previous polls in Nigeria. The delegation of the NDI and IRI, which visited Nigeria from July the 13th to the 22nd, and led by Secretary of State for Ohio, Frank LaRose, stated these whilst presenting his first joint pre-elections assessment statement to journalists in Abuja. The institute, which described Obi and Kwankwaso as viable third forces, said their emergence as presidential candidates for the 2023 elections has excited many young Nigerians. They said that if a third party draws sufficient support, a runoff presidential election could be a real possibility for the first time since the transition to democracy, adding complexity to the 2023 elections, whilst maintaining that the 2023 elections present a significant opportunity to consolidate on Nigeria's democracy. The organizations observed that the 2023 Electoral Act enjoys a wide stakeholder support and has elevated public confidence in the commitment of the Independent National Electoral Commission to deliver democratic elections in 2023. The statement reads in part, the 2023 elections are a departure from some of the political dynamics that defined previous polls. For the first time since 2007, the presidential election will be an open contest with no incumbent. The ruling All Progressives Congress selected former Lagos Governor Bola Tinubu as its flag bearer. Former Vice President and presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar will contest on the ticket of the People's Democratic Party. However, the emergence of Peter Obi, former Anambra State Governor and presidential candidate for the Labour Party, and Rabiu Kwankwaso, former governor of Kano and presidential candidate for the new Nigeria People's Party, as viable third forces, has excited many young Nigerians. If a third party draws sufficient support, a runoff presidential election could be a real possibility for the first time since the transition to democracy, adding complexity to the 2023 elections. The document also said that the 2022 Ekiti and Osun State governorship elections, the first elections held since the Electoral Act was passed, demonstrated the positive impact of initiatives implemented by INEC since 2019 to improve results transparency. Such measures include the introduction of the INEC result viewing portal and elimination of voting points and adoption and proper configuration of the biomodal voter accreditation system for voter accreditation, which has quickened the voting process and reduced tension in polling units. The recent surge in voter registration numbers and increased voter turnout in the 2022 Osun polls, especially amongst young people, point to a renewed interest in political participation amongst Nigerians. However, there are questions about whether the 2022 Electoral Act will be fully implemented and whether political parties will take advantage of this increased enthusiasm to engage Nigerians on issues that matter to them. There are also questions about whether these new technologies will perform at the same level when scaled up for the national elections, the organization said. The institute said whilst there had been some positive changes since the 2019 elections. Stakeholders with whom its delegation met expressed concern about the direction of the country. According to them, confidence in government and elections has declined over the past 10 years, as exemplified by the EndSARS movement that gained traction in 2022 to protest security forces abuses. In addition, insecurity has deepened, spreading to every corner of the country. Extremist and sectarian violence continues to spread. Banditry criminality are endemic. Separatist elements are gaining traction, and informal security forces are proliferating. This intensifying violence takes place against the backdrop of increasing religious and regional division permeating the political discourse. If the 2023 polls fails to improve upon past elections, Nigerians may lose faith in the ability of democracy to deliver the organizations want. They called on the government to allocate the remaining funding to INEC, saying this would ensure completion of procurement processes, training and deployment of necessary staff and materials. According to them, INEC should extend the period for voter registration to capitalize on excitement from Osun and Ekiti elections and the nomination of final presidential and vice presidential candidates. The court should be allocated sufficient funding to ensure members of election tribunals have the necessary resources for training, transportation, and security. So on and on it goes. He peters off into that. But the sum total of it then is that the Americans are concluding that the Nigerian presidential election now essentially a three-way or a four-way horse. So or race rather. So a 3 or 4-way race, but really essentially a three-way race. So the juggernauts, of course, APC, PDP, but then the emergence of a third force, which enraptures characters like Peter Obi, Kwakwanso, etc. So that is how the Americans have concluded. So from the Americans back to the Nigerians, PDP candidate Atiku is a lawbreaker, ill-prepared to be president, bungled TV interview, Tinubu's camp. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, has described his counterpart in the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as a lawbreaker who admitted cheating the system for decades. Atiku had, during an interview on Arise TV on Friday, claimed he fell out with Tinubu in 2007 because he, Atiku, was opposed to a Muslim presidential ticket. My fundamental disagreement with Ashwaju since 2007 was on the issue of Muslim ticket. That was my fundamental disagreement and departure from Ashwaju. Together with Ashwaju, we formed ACN, and I was given a ticket in Lagos, and he insisted to be my running mate, and I said no. I am not going to have a Muslim ticket. And because of that, he switched his support to the late Umar Yar'Adua, and that was the departing point. And of course, it is also a fact that when Buhari emerged in Lagos in 2015, that I was also opposed to a Muslim ticket. I opposed it, and my opposition actually reinforces the decision of President Buhari. I opposed it, and my opposition actually reinforced the decision of President Buhari to pick a Christian running mate. So I have all along opposed that. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that it is right for a country like Nigeria that is multi-ethnic, multi-religious, that there should be balancing of interest, whether religious or otherwise, he has stated. Reacting through his campaign organization in a statement on Saturday, Tinubu faulted most of the claims made by the former vice president. In the interview, Alhaji Atiku exposed himself as a man who is not prepared for the job he's applying for, and a man who cannot be entrusted with our commonwealth. He was flippant in his response to important questions about his record of service and how he made money while serving in customs. He muddled up facts and exhibited befuddling absence of mind. Tinubu, look at somebody. Look at who is accusing somebody of being absent-minded. And modeling up facts. This is Tinubu speaking. It's unbelievable. Pardon me. Just bear with me 1 second. Just 1 second. Let me just come off the screen for a microsecond. Oh, okay, back to it. Okay. Where was I? Hold on. Okay, let me take it from here. The APC candidate described his opponent as a lawbreaker. In the interview, Alhaji Atiku exposed himself as a man who is not prepared for the job he's applying for and a man who cannot be entrusted with a commonwealth. He was flippant in his response to important questions about his record of service and how he made his money while serving in customs. He muddled up facts and exhibited befuddling absence of mind, Tinubu said through the Director, Media and Communications of his campaign, Bayo Ononuga. The PDP candidate is a lawbreaker. It was most shocking Atiku admitted that he cheated the system for decades and engaged in gross misconduct as a government worker. As a customs officer at the Idi-Iroko border, Atiku revealed that he ran a commercial taxi service, claiming there is no law stopping public officers from doing business in Nigeria. We found this to be untrue. Every officer in the civil service is expected to comply by a code of conduct and service rules, which bar civil and public servants from engaging in private business whilst in government employment to the detriment of the service he or she is employed to render to the public. The 1999 Constitution further codifies this in Part 1, 5th Schedule, Section 2B. It says, a public officer shall not, except where he is not employed on a full-time basis, engage or participate in the management or running of any private business or profession. The rules, however, allowed a public officer to engage in farming. We wonder which rule or which law Atiku was relying upon for his gross misconduct as a public officer. It is our considered view that Atiku gamed the system all the way through his career in public service, culminating in his founding of the Intel Logistics along with late Shehu Yadua and some Italians, even whilst he was still in the employment of the Nigeria Customs Services. Speaking further, the campaign organization said political credentials most reprehensible was Atiku's lies about how many times he ran to become the governor of Adamawa or Old Gongola State. Mr. Presidential candidate, in case you don't know due to your limited education, this is how it's going to go. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. Mr. Presidential candidate, in case you don't know due to your limited education, you ran for an office only when you are on a ballot in an election. Your signifying interest in an office does not mean the same as running for the office. From available records, the first time you contested the governorship election in your state was 1999. Your name entered the ballot for the first time and you won. Poor grasp of history. Atiku Abubakar also exhibited poor knowledge of history when he claimed that Abraham Lincoln, one of America's famous leaders, contested the presidency 5 to 6 times before he eventually won. There is a bear parlor tale that has been this is a bear parlor tale that has been recycled over time. Lincoln contested United States presidency twice. He ran in 1860 and 1864 and won both before he was assassinated on the 15th of April 1865. The false story about Lincoln's failed presidential bid sprung from his previous failed state and national elections. From his state of Illinois, they were not the same as America's presidential election. According to historians, Lincoln lost his first election in 1832 for Illinois state legislature. In 1834, he ran again and won. So I'm not quite sure where we're now with Lincoln, but let me just skim through that because I have no real interest. Or let me just read you. No, okay, let me just read you it. In 1843, he ran for Congress. He lost. 3 years after, in 1846, Lincoln ran for the Congress again. This time he won and went to Washington. From established history, in 1848, Lincoln ran for re-election to Congress and lost. In 1854, he ran for Senate of the United States. He lost. Lincoln also made another failed bid for the United States Senate from Illinois in 1858. He lost to the Democrat Stephen Douglas. Our conclusion is that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is ill-prepared to be president. I don't think not knowing American history means ill-prepared, though. He's not an American. Our conclusion is that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is ill-prepared to be president of Nigeria. If he could bungle a television interview that was planned well ahead of the day and time, the duo of Dr. Ruben Abati and Ms. Tudun Abiola conducted it. We expected the PDP presidential candidates to be well informed on any issue before coming on national television to expose himself to avoidable ridicule. So there it is, and that is the direction it is going to go. I did say that because you remember when we had all that period that we couldn't hear anything but obedient, and I did say in that space in time that the serious people have not yet come in. And it is only now when these people start to phase in, which I did say via TV interviews. So you'll see 2 more interviews from Atiku and that'll be it. You'll probably see about 2 from Tinubu and that will be it. And then the rest will be hearing from their campaign organization. So that will be your lot. So Atiku makes the first move and Tinubu counters. Tinubu analyzes 6 lies in Atiku's recent TV interview. I hope this is not a rehash of okay, this might well be a rehash. Okay, let me give you, it might not be a rehash. So let me bring you it. It's a bit long-winded. That's why I was somewhat buckling to read it. The All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu has accused his People's Democratic Party PDP counterpart Atiku Abubakar of lying in his recent interview. Correspondents recall that Atiku, former Nigerian vice president who was featured on Arise TV on Friday, spoke on several issues bedeviling the nation, particularly in regards to the forthcoming presidential election. Atiku had, during the TV program, alleged he declined Tinubu's move to be his running mate in 2007 over the same fate ticket. He asserted that when he got the presidential ticket of the Action Congress of Nigeria, ACN, in 2007, Tinubu, one of the founders of the party, insisted to be his running mate, but he declined in a bid to avoid having a Muslim ticket. Atiku further opined that his stand against the Muslim ticket formed the fundamental disagreement between him and Tinubu from 2007 till date. However, in a statement on Saturday by Director Media and Communications Tinubu campaign organization Bayo Ononuga, said Atiku's response to questions during the interview indicated he was not ready for the job. The statement pointed out 6 areas the PDP presidential candidate allegedly lied. So I'm just skimming through the preamble just to land you on the points. So it says, here are our takeaways from the bungled interview. So here are our takeaways from the bungled interview. Number one, PDP candidate is a lawbreaker. It was most shocking. Atiku admitted he cheated the system for decades and engaged in gross misconduct as governor, as a government worker. So I think we captured that in the first readout. So let's see if we go to number two. Number two, poor knowledge of key sectors of the economy. We also found it surprising that the PDP presidential candidate does not know the contribution of oil and gas industry to Nigeria's GDP. He claimed the sector represented 20% of our national GDP, whereas it is below 10% and it is still falling owing to the growth of the non-oil sector under the current All Progressives Congress-led administration of President Buhari. So there it is. A lot of people feel that oil is the end all and be all of the Nigerian economy. The last time we did on this platform, we actually saw it was about 7% or thereabout. That's the contribution to the GDP. Number four, false data from Egypt. Atiku Abubakar wanted to impress his audience with his supposed knowledge of international affairs. He ended up embarrassing himself with false data he cited from Egypt. We found his claim that Egypt has 2 million police officers on the street to be untrue. Various sources put the number at about 500,000 for a population of 104 million and not 80 million as falsely claimed by Atiku. So this is number four. Rational presidency. Asked to justify why the PDP jettisoned Section 3C of its own constitution, which enshrines power rotation between North and South, Atiku tried to forge his answer by focusing on Governor Wike and his efforts to reconcile with him after he, a northerner, snatched the presidential ticket that ought to have been taken by a southerner. Whilst Atiku was playing to the gallery on APC's Muslim ticket, he didn't see seeking to be president after 8 years of president from his part as politics of exclusion. Probe further. Okay, so that's that space. Let's go to number five. So number five, political credentials. Most reprehensible was Atiku's lies about how many times he ran to be president. So I think we covered that in the previous readout. Poor grasp of history, and then that's the Abraham Lincoln one. So there it is. So they are bullet pointing point by point everything that Atiku said. So Atiku counters back. Atiku challenges Tinubu to grant hour-long TV interview. So there it is. So you do it if you think you can do it better. Presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Atiku Abubakar, has challenged his All Progressives Congress (APC) counterpart Bola Tinubu to grant an hour-long television interview to see if he could be articulate and mentally present like the former vice president of the country. The challenge came after the Tinubu's camp threw shades at his interview with Arise TV, aired on Friday, where he made several claims, including his refusal to pick Tinubu as his running mate in 2007, which would have made his Action Congress presidential ticket a single faith ticket. In debunking Atiku's claim, Tinubu, through his spokesman Abayo Ononuga, had accused Atiku of being unfit to contest the presidential election because he admitted running a private business when he was a customs officer. In a quick response, Paul Ibe, media advisor to the PDP flag bearer, also said that Atiku violated no constitution because it did not exist when he served in the customs. The statement titled, "We challenge Bola Tinubu to take the hot seat," and reads, "We were rather amused to read the knee-jerk response from the Tinubu campaign organization to the wave-making interview granted by Waziri Atiku Abubakar to Arise TV on Thursday, July the 21st, 2022. Amusement because we expected this. Mr. Tinubu has not sat down to do any prolonged interview for obvious reasons. Nigerians have seen him talk in public and can themselves gauge the reason why he is mortified to do so. Nevertheless, I will now take the issues in their statements one after the other. So I think they are going to counter one by one, and I don't think I can bear to labor through that. So there it is. Okay. The Tinubu campaign organization exposed its gross desperation and vacuousness by citing the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to declare Waziri Atiku Abubakar's stance on engaging in a side business whilst he was a young custom officer as a breach of the law. It is pertinent to educate the Tinubu campaign organization that Nigeria was not under a military regime and our constitution are not retroactive in nature. So that should be Nigeria was under a military regime. Again, the Tinubu campaign organization betrayed either dishonesty or lack of attention to detail, by claiming that Atiku Abubakar said oil contributed 20% to Nigeria's GDP. That's a lie. What the Waziri said is as follows. Oil alone maybe accounts for about 20% of our GDP. The use of the word maybe, oh, look at that, it's ridiculous, people. The use of the word maybe by the Waziri was in reflection to the different figures given. Whilst the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics states a figure close to 10%, other multilateral organizations have given much higher figures of between 15 to 20%. So, whilst the jury is out, it is right to qualify the contribution of oil and gas as a maybe. However, we do like to point out that Waziri Atiku Abubakar mentioned both the PDP and APC during the interview and did not forget the name of his own party. It seems the Tinubu campaign organization can a disorganized organization be called an organization, does not know the meaning of rotation of power or micro zoning. So we will gladly educate them, and then they go into that one. The rude response also accuses Waziri of having limited education. Atiku Abubakar has earned a master's degree from Anglia Ruskins University. We challenge any of the present presidential candidates to present equal or higher degrees. Moreover, his university attendance is a matter of verified record. Can we say the same about some other persons? On President Lincoln, we are afraid the poor student of history is the Tinubu campaign organization. Yes, it is true. Lincoln ran for the president with his name on the ballot twice, but he ran at other times and failed to get his name on the ballot. So it's now petty stuff now. So let's move swiftly on from there. Let's go to this space instead. I will soon speak out to expose Atiku. So this is Wike now. Rivers State Governor Yemisi Wike has disclosed that he will soon speak on recent happenings in the People's Democratic Party (PDP). The governor, in a statement by his special assistant media Kelvin Ibiri, said it has become pertinent for him to speak and revealed to Nigerians all that transpired in the PDP since the emergence of former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar as the presidential candidate of the party. On Atiku, I will speak soon, and Nigerians will know the actual truth of all that has transpired in the PDP in recent times. Atiku had in an interview on Arise TV on Friday said he chose who he felt would deliver amongst the nominees that were presented to him. He added that Wike was not rejected and that he only picked who would deliver. Atiku said, I didn't reject Wike, I picked who can deliver. Wike is brilliant and tenacious. Going by history, I picked an Igbo man as a running mate in 2007 and 19. I still picked an Igbo man in 2023. The committee that presented the three names was chaired by Governor of Benue State, Samuel Otom. They recommended three names, so I picked one. People should be fair to me and state the facts. So whatever it is that Wicked wants to expose, it should expose it or just. I've never that almost sounds like blackmail. I will expose. I will expose. Just expose if you have anything to expose, and if you don't have anything to expose, just keep your mouth quiet. All right. Oh, okay. It's the same headline again. So I'm wondering if it's anything different. Let me just give you it. Just for let me see. Is there anything else I speak to? All right. Okay, let me give you this as the final readout. Atiku, I will expose everything that happened in PDP to Nigerians. So Wiki. So let's see if he adds on to what was already said. Rivers State Governor Yemsen Wike has promised to tell Nigerians the truth about what transpired in the People's Democratic Party (PDP) over the emergence of Atiku Abubakar as the party's 2023 presidential candidate. Correspondent report Wike made the vow on Saturday in a statement by his special assistant Kelvin Ebiri. The aftermath of how Wike felt following the emergence, the aftermath of how Wike felt following the emergence of Atiku as the PDP presidential candidate and the subsequent emergence of Ifeanyi Okowa as his running mate has been shrouded in controversy, but the Rivers State governor has promised to expose everything. He said, on Atiku, I will speak soon, and Nigerians will know the actual truth of all that transpired in the PDP. I will speak soon, yes. So there it is. It will be recalled that Wike contested the PDP presidential primaries but lost to Atiku and was subsequently overlooked for the vice presidential candidacy as well. The Rivers State governor had not openly said anything about what transpired since then, but some of his associates and loyalists, including Governor Samuel Otom of Benue State, have come out to say Wike is angry with the PDP leadership as he felt cheated. They also demanded that both Wike and the PDP must apologize. They also demanded that both Atiku and the PDP must apologize to Wike. Amidst rumors that Wike, Otom, and others will dump PDP over the saga of what transpired at the party's presidential primaries, according to Otom, the aggrieved governors have decided to remain in the main party. He, however, called on Atiku to reach out to Governor Wike for reconciliation. Otom noted that Wike is a big factor who remained in the PDP when he and Atiku left the party for the APC. The Benue State governor stated that it is not too late to resolve the crisis within the party. So there it is right there. So if you have anything to say it or shut up. That is just it. So if you have anything to say it or shut up. So hopefully none of my panelists will shut up and they will have a lot of it sensible to say. So Charles, I see you. Obina, I see you. Meadowman, I see you. Enigmatic, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. And Ovie, I see you. Kali Boy, I see you too. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me just remove that. Let me just remove that thing from the screen. So yeah, and there it is. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So plenty to go through. Let me kick it off. Let me kick it off with Enigmatic. So Enigmatic, are you ready to go, or should I start with someone else?
Yeah, let me start.
Or if you want a minute, I can give you a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me start.
All right, brilliant. So let's come to you then. So, and let me start you immediately from the back and forth between the PDP and the APC. So the politics has now really started, of course, because now Atiku grants that big interview, so he steals a match on the APC. It was quite impressive. A lot of people said he was articulate. So that much, I think, is universal. And he was confident that much is universal. But the content of what he has to say is not so much universal. So they've tried to unpick a lot of what he has to say point by point. So what are you then making of the back and forth then over the Arise TV interview? Enigmatic.
Okay. First of all, let me say hi to everyone in the house. For you first, and then all the panelists. I wish everybody a good weekend, and I hope you guys you guys have a good week ahead of you. So, kicking it off with this conversation, I would say you guys are welcome to the season now. The political season is actually basically kicking off with a big masquerade. Throwing their house basically into the ring now. I did say quite a couple of days ago that when the politicking actually starts in the real sense of it, Atiku, Tinubu, especially those two of them, of course, we cannot discountenance the fact that those are the biggest, candidates in this electionary process, APC and PDP. Atiku had the TVC team come to his place instead of the other way around, and I suspect the same situation. Arise, and I suspect that will be the same thing with Tinubu stuff too, because these people, they have a structured, well engineered campaign organization. If you see some comments that are coming out from even Tinubu's camp, Tinubu is not specifically speaking by himself; he's speaking through spokesperson. That's how a campaign organization, well-structured one, will run. You don't just go to the media houses and throw out all your game before the game starts. So now, Obi, we are expecting a response from him. Has he made any? I doubt if he has, and we are still waiting. But I'm not surprised what is happening these basketballs, if you have to say that, and this back and forth with them. The big boys are in the town, the masquerade are in the town, the Agbaya game, you know what they call Agbaya and Omode share games. They've started it. So they will throw the ruffle, they will throw those Showore, all those pretenders, even Peter Obi, they will throw them off the hook, and they will glamorize the whole media space. And they have started already. This is just a tip of an iceberg. Of course, they're already challenging Tinubu that at least Atiku has a degree. We can find yours, at a point.
Do you think it was a mistake for the Tinubu space to be calling Atiku undereducated? Or Atiku just finished from Oxford just this year, completing a master's. Tinubu, we can't find the school cert.
It was from, I think, Anglia Ruskin. But of course.
I think that's part of the Oxford setup.
Yeah. Oh, well,
it's a college within Oxford. It's a college, I think, within Oxford. But carry on.
Oh, well, okay. Thanks for the correction then. Yeah. If you notice,
now I have to go and check just to correct myself. But carry on.
I'm not really conversant with the UK system, education system. Yeah. So Tinubu will not say that himself. These are the conversations.
Sorry, just for the benefit of Cambridge. It was part of. It's part of Cambridge. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, of course, if I can bet some certain responses that Tinubu will personally respond to when they ask him one-on-one, maybe Ruben Abati or Tudun or any of the crew. If they ask him some certain questions, Tinubu will laugh, and he will say, "Well, if you have evidence, prove it. Go to court." That's how he will probably, typicalize most of the questions or responses to some of the questions that people believe he will probably be gloating over. Atiku will not throw a direct jab at Tinubu. Tinubu will not throw a direct jab at Atiku. These folks, they know each other, they are friends. The only people who will do that are just their spokesperson, just to, muddy the water and then cause reaction, and then, basically put them in the spotlight. And then they will do that for a week, then they can roll again the second week. So it's just going to be one thing or the other irrelevant until the main time comes. So that's the way I see it. And like I said,
just going back to that interview, did you watch it, Enigmatic?
I saw the interview just today. I just glanced through a couple.
Did you think it was a bit soft sell? Do you think they were a bit easy on him? Because I thought they were easy on him.
One man, I've seen, regardless of whatever I feel about Peter Obi, but of course, you won't put that interview, with at the same pedestal as Peter Obi's. And that's why I say Peter Obi has been throwing himself, to the wolves early in the game. He shouldn't have done that because all Peter Obi's interview compared to this, the list of his performance, right, is better than what Atiku. It's like Atiku's interview was kind of, what they call RAG stuff. It's like a premeditated questions, like probably they gave him an expo for all these questions ahead of time to rehearse and then to probably come back with answers, and then they just do like a kind of a statement.
Did you think it came across altogether more presidential, just his presence and the way he commanded the space? Did he appear presidential?
One thing that is very conspicuous is, of course, is very. If you see Atiku physically, probably he's normally Atiku is presidential in person, so and you can see that very evidently. It was very clear. He's very presidential, and then he comes across with the questions. I'm not really. It's not his responses are not inspiring to me. It's like he takes it like nothing is happening. That doesn't look like doesn't look like a real political interview setup. It's like something it's too arranged. I don't like the setup of that interview. I've seen Peter Obi's interview. I've seen his interview when he was unveiled. Right? It's like he's not on the spot. He was not put on the spot. That's what I'm saying. So all those questions are live questions they could ask you and I. They are not asking about some certain, deep stating questions. Everything they ask him, I believe he knows the answers already, and he was basically giving him some soft stuff to actually take care of. Of course, he looks healthy. He came across with with a presidential presence, but he wasn't really inspired. I'm not really impressed. That's what I would say. I feel the interview is fake to me. Of course, I do not appreciate how Obi has put himself out there. By now, they should be seeking for him to say, okay, we are writing you a letter in the next 2 weeks. We want to come to your place. We want to have a meeting with your campaign organization to have an interview with you. Now, I don't think he will have that benefit because he has given them so shit. So they can give him questions to ahead of time, and then you can see how he will react to the questions, relax like Atiku. You know what I'm saying? But Atiku is like he has something ahead of the game. If you look at the debate he had in 2019 on the spot, under pressure, you will see the.
I thought he did better in that debate. So you're talking about the Kadir Ahmed interview. Right. I thought he did better then than in this
exactly. Yeah. So this one he was too comfortable.
When I started, sorry, enigmatic. It was that 2019 that I started following him, and that's when I thought, okay, this guy has something upstairs. But carry on, sorry.
Yeah, of course, he was too comfortable with this interview, unlike the other ones, and then, a lot of people who are political watchers and who understand the journalistic terrain of Nigerian politics, you know how they treat some certain candidates against the other. So they favor some with certain leverages that others do not enjoy. And I will appreciate if somebody on this platform who is very close to the Obi campaign, they need to make things formal. They need to make things structured for these media houses. They need to handle Obi more presidential than he is. Obi should be scarce now.
Do you think, enigmatic? Do you think we should be looking at these things in two phases? So in one phase, you have Tinubu and Atiku. So because they're already long-standing, a lot of their narratives already known, and they've been at the top echelons of the Nigerian electioneering space for a long time. But names like Kwakwanso, like Peter Obi, they are now upcoming. So they have to work that much harder and spread themselves that much wider, just so they can get this sort of cachet that somebody like Atiku and Tinubu will command as a matter of course. So is it two different narratives?
Absolutely, you are not making any mistake by that assertion, and that's what I'm actually trying to speak to. Like I can tell you now, maybe they will be reaching out to the Tinubu's camp. From what Rufai Oseni has said maybe like almost a month ago, that he was speaking with one of Tinubu's spokesperson, that they will be reaching out how to speak with Tinubu. And he was telling them that at the appropriate time, they will send it. The guy was replying, was saying that at the appropriate time, they will send all their invitations to the appropriate team in the campaign organization to see when actually you'll be ready for interviews. You know what I'm saying? So Obi has been there. He's been out there. He needs to make himself scarce. He needs to give them. He needs to give these media houses now, the job to do. Come and fetch me. Come and get me. Because this interview that you just see from Atiku, he was so calm. He was so relaxed. You can tell that to me, that was not an interview. That was more like an interactive session. He was a vice president, and everything they were asking him, even when they were talking about NNPC, the subsidy, they were asking him how he made his money. He gave some vague just responses, and they just no pushback, no follow up.
No, that's why I was asking. Was it a soft sell? Was it a?
It was absolute soft sell. Obi was always been. I mean, I may not be his fan totally, but when we tell these folks that these are the way things are done, but they don't want to listen, and I believe they can see how politics are being played now. The big boys are coming into town now. Look at the soft questions they are giving Atiku, right? You guys have been saying Atiku is a thief. If Tinubu comes for his own interview and they are not questioning about, they are not having interviews, they are not asking questions about his academic, this lacuna about his school, high school or whatever, about how alphabeta, about how he made some money, regardless of the fact that I know that he's gonna be is probably gonna be the president. But give these guys some of these tough questions. If I'm not seeing that kind of tough question in a sit down with Abati and Tudun, then you already know it's a sellout already, just like Atiku's. Because I know Obi will be thrown every type of controversial questions, and they will be expecting to have answers to that. So that's the difference here now.
All right. So enigmatic. The invitation then from Atiku's quarters that Tinubu rather should that they defy him to have a sit-down hour-long interview. So Tinubu under pressure, and he must have that interview. He can't. I don't think he must at least have one interview, especially off the back of this Atiku's interview and the plethora of Peter B interviews. Even Kwakwanso has made an appearance. So he must have a sit-down interview. But who will he have the interview with is the question. Is it going to be Arise, or will he go to the rival channel, which is Channels, or will it be acceptable if that interview was conducted by TVC? So he must still have that interview one, and which platform is best suited to or acceptable? Yeah.
One man, most definitely Tinubu will have interview, and then whoever is thinking maybe Tinubu is not coming to have one-on-one interview, they should have a rethink. Tinubu will sit down with any of the TV houses, the media houses.
Would you accept an interview by TVC? Ogasa, are you fantastic or great? I am both. Is that, will you accept that?
But when you look at that, when I saw the setup yesterday for Atiku's interview, when I did not see Rufai in that setup, I know it was the sellout already, right? Because Unduka Obaigbe now, who owns Arise TV, is a core PDP man. You know that already. It's an associate of Okowa, right? So they want to bring Atiku out there just to sell him, not for interview, not for interrogation, not to put him on the spot. And that's what they achieved. They just want to put him on the Twitter space, on the media space, to sell that narrative that he has come. No, that was not an interview. If you actually want an interview with a Right TV panel, what is his name? Rufai should be there. That is it. Tinubu will have his own time, but like I said, these guys are operating within a structured political, machinery. They have a political organization they have the legal department, they have communication department. They have every department that coordinates all of this. When the time is right for Tinubu to have his sit down, longer interview with all these TV houses, I want to see serious interview. If it's gonna be with TVC, I mean with I don't want TVC because of course that is I don't want to see Babajide and all those is crew. If I'll be seeing Arise TV, if Rufai is not in that Arise TV interview, then just understand the fact that it's another Atiku interview part two. You saw the same. It was the same crew that they took to Aso Rock to interview Buhari the other time. It was just, Mr. President, what do you have to say? He would say nonsense, and they would just ride with it. That is not interview.
But they cannot have Rufai there enigmatic because he has to be like for like. It has to be like for like. So the same set of people will have to turn up.
But that wouldn't be an interview to me then. If it's going to be Tudun and Ruben Abati, then you should already understand what the questions will be. The question, every questions they asked Atiku Abubakar yesterday, maybe 5 of them were something like were maybe topical or personal, and you could see how he just
enigmatic,
push everything aside. Yes, sir.
Look, don't expect much from our media. They are not vibrant.
I'm not.
The same
Baba,
thing they're gonna do. The same thing they're gonna do for Tinubu.
Baba, I'm not expecting. What I'm saying, Baba, is look. Of course, we are yearning for a more matured political space in Nigeria, including the media, right? If you look at America now, we already understand the fact that whatever comes from Republican interview at Fox News is best as false. Everything is lies, absolute lie. But we have alternatives, right? But when we are talking about, I want to see Tinubu, right, on the hot seat, answering questions, even though I know that in some cases, all those things are just propaganda, like his drug lord, his drug cases and everything. He has nothing like that because you live in America, Baba, right? There's no way you will have drug issues in America and you will not go to prison. You will go to prison. They don't care how much, they will never make a deal with you. No plea bargain on drug cases.
We told them
right?
already.
So all those propaganda already. There's no plea bargain in drug cases. If you
it depends on your involvement, sir. It depends on your involvement.
Hold on, bros. Hold on. Let me land on this. If you sit even in county jail for a second, you will have a mugshot. This guy does not have a mugshot. But what I'm saying is, bring that guy to that hot seat, right? Ask him such questions.
Yes, interrogate him.
Interrogate him on that. That's what I'm saying. Of course, do I want him to be the president? Do I want him? That does not matter now. But ask questions. If you can ask Tinubu, man, there are some controversy about you being a bad man. Let's see how he will react to that, right? You said you graduated from Chicago State University instead of what? All those kind of intrinsic questions. Ask those questions. Let's see how his leg will shake in Nigeria parlance. But they will not do that. They will rather ask about what's your take on subsidy? What's your take on? Anybody can say anything to that just to gloss over the whole newspapers and then have a good weekend like Atiku just had. I'm just sorry, and I feel so bad, and I pity the kind of politics that Obi is allowing kindergarten political guys to let him play. He should be in this kind of situation. If you can parry all these guys along, then they should parry him along too. If they are asking questions about Pandora Papers of Peter Obi, then you should be asking questions about some dirty stuff about Tinubu, even though they are not true. But okay, let's ask questions. Let's see his reaction. That's what I'm saying. But of course, we know the Nigerian political space. We know the media space. They are all owned by all these politicians. Channels is owned by John Momo. John Momo is a card-carrying member of APC. Tinubu owns TVC. Nduka Obagbena owns Arise TV. And AIT is owned by this Edo man. So when they come to those areas, they will give them questions ahead of time. Dr. C, yes. But that is why Peter Obi shouldn't be running to them. You should let them come to him now, going forward. You should turn the game around, and even though you are not going to win the presidency, turn the game around and let's see your seriousness. Do not be be triggered by this social media frenzy any longer. You've done it 2 months already. It's okay for you. Be serious about real politicking with these old men, with these oligarchs. Shake their leg, shake the narrative, change the narrative, and let them see you as somebody who is serious. They were asking about Atiku and then Obi yesterday. From his comment, you understand the fact why Obi left PDP. He was really not going to select Obi as his running mate. He had a different person in mind. So, well, it's a game that we already know how it's going to end, and it's a game we predicted. But I hope we can just come together and see how policies can be played. Because look, if you are expecting, there will be certain structured interviews that Atiku will grant nothing more than 5 interviews for the whole period. They will schedule him. The schedule will be so strict, same as Tinubu. They're not going to throw them anyhow.
I don't see them granting more than 3 interviews.
More 3 or 4. They just package them
and will grant 3, and Tinubu will grant 2. And then their campaign organizations will do.
We just hand it, and then Shetima will maybe O2, and the Okowa will O2. So don't throw your candidates to the wolves. Because when you are doing that, go and verify. You are even when your campaign opponents, presidential opponents are just chilling in Europe and stuff like that. They come back looking fresh, and they give them answers to questions they're going to be asking them, and they just mellow through the interview. That was not an interview. That was not an interrogation. That was just like a pally, Buddha drinking affair.
Please, Morman, can I interject, please? And let me ask an enigmatic question. So, enigmatic, what do you think? So, are you saying Peter Obi should talk less, or what? Or he shouldn't go and interview?
Bro, what I'm saying, even when you look at American politics here, right? Who is this, please? I'm sorry.
This is Joel.
Is it too much? Oh, so Joel, you are in America, so you follow the politics. Look, Obi, take it or leave it now. Obi is a factor in Nigeria politics. He's a big boy now. Take it or leave it, right? So he should coordinate himself as such. The folks that I expect to be doing what Obi is doing, jumping around now, are maybe those guys in all those fringe parties, right? Even Shuore now, Shuore should be doing that, because no media space will even give him any space, because he will come there to lampoon everybody, and they don't want that. You cannot come to TVC and lampoon Tinubu. They will not give you audience. You can't come to Arise TV and trying to lampoon Atiku. Nobody will give you audience for that, because you are talking ill about their boss.
It's not even sorry to interrupt you, enigmatic. It's not even the lampooning, but it's just the tired. It's too predictable. That's just because
he's gonna go there.
Everything that he's going to say.
He's gonna go there and start fighting within 5 minutes of the interview.
Dates,
so they don't want that. So, bro, Jewel, to answer the question, what I want for Obi now, Obi should put himself in a prime pedestal now. Act like a big boy. Okay, you want to run after Tinubu to have an interview. Let these people to run after Obi to have an interview. Obi shouldn't say much. Obi should have a spokesperson. Dati should have a spokesperson. They should have people who will speak on their behalf, right? And then at a certain time, maybe once, maybe in a while, maybe when they catch them coming down from a staircase or from somewhere, 1 or 2 sentences they go.
Enigmatic.
Yes,
Obi, if Obi had not used the media space very well to sell his message, he won't be where he is today. You agree with that, right?
No, Obi, let me tell you, Obi momentum started immediately when he moved to APC. Like I said just now, he's been there for 2 months. That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, now get your point.
What is good for Atiku and Tinubu?
It's good for him too.
What is good for him too? Play that politics with them. So if TVC tell you, look, if TVC tell you to come to their studio, tell them to coordinate with your campaign organization. That's what you will say.
Yes.
Come to my house, come to Onisha or wherever you want to come.
Yes.
I'm not coming to the studio. That's what I'm talking about. You are done talking. You are a big boy too.
Just to say something, right? You mentioned Fox News and the littered media, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Looking at both of them, you know that Fox News is for Republicans.
Yes.
The CNN and the other rubbish leftist media are for the Democrats. Now, you made mention of what they call them, the TV stations in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
TVC is owned by Tinubu. Right. So even if Tinubu is staying in a hole, they'll go into that hole and interview him. Arise TV, which has been like, they're trying to be in the middle, but just like we all know, Nduka Obebena is from Delta and he's a PDP guy.
Joel, just a second. Let me hold just a second. Hold your thought.
Go ahead.
I said it last, I think I was the one, and maybe Ovie and Kulata, that when this game starts, right, these two guys, they will take the media space. You will not see them taking the media space speaking. They will take the media space through their campaign organization, spokesperson, throwing jabs at each other, and then this guy will gradually fizzle out of the equation. Now BBN Nigeria is back in town. Now Tinubu is discussing or what is it? Students to go back to school, and then they are talking about this man, Nnamdi Kanu, right? These guys, they know what they are doing. At the end of the day, they will distract everybody, and then they will mortgage that media space. They will take that media space from obedience when they have all these things playing along. So what I'm saying is, look,
sorry, let me interject this comment from Jafar, which is my thought as well. This is Jafar. He says, at Enigmatic, you are wrong. Obi and Kwankwaso, they need the media more than the media needs them. They are not in a place to dictate anything to the media. So that is, they are still not where you probably say where that narrative you are presenting is yet. They can ignore them now. The media can ignore Obi and Kwakwanso.
So one man, you want to tell me Obi has not paid his due so far?
Not enough. It's not there yet.
The news media are business entity. Nobody they will grant it you for free. Does he have the money to pay these people? They're not very free. Atiku media appearance is not free. So when you talk, I don't understand where you are coming from.
No, what I'm saying. So you expect Peter Obi to still continue the same trajectory of his campaign, going to the media houses?
It's going to take money from now on for news media to invite them.
If I were in his shoes, I'll play the same game these folks are, because if you can come to Atiku's abode and have such a joke of an interview, why can't I have that too?
Money cost you money. Can you afford it? Is it not a give shishi?
Sorry, okay.
You guys,
sorry. Enigmatic, you know what you are saying is wrapped into. I was preempting it when I was asking you if Atiku strikes as presidential. Atiku is a commanding figure now, and he commands the Nigerian space. But Peter Obi, he commands somewhat, but it's up and coming now. He needs as much publicity as he can get. Would you not agree with that, Enigmatic?
Well, I do agree with you, but if Peter Obi can sustain the media frenzy for over almost 3 months now since he moved to Labour Party, I believe there's nothing you want to hear from him that you've not heard. There's nothing you want to know about his policy that you've not known. Any other thing going forward now will be like
enigmatic.
Yes,
I want to disagree with you. Give me 1 minute. You see, Obi is a new phenomenon in our political, in the national politics in Nigeria. His name is not spread enough. His message have not reached far enough to a lot of Nigerians. So Obi still needs to keep his presence in the media space. He still needs to grant interview, be talking, so that he can take control or remain an issue in the media space so that his name can keep spreading to every nook and cranny in that country. His party is not known. He's just trying to build that party. And the noise making, the more noise making he make about his political ambition, about that party, he must keep it up and keep it going so that he can reach far enough and keep his party competitive with the two other big political parties. So Obi cannot stop right now. He is the one that is trying to catch up with these people. He is the one that is marketing himself and his party, because his party is not known yet. His party have no structure around the country. So he must seize that nuclear space, that media space, so that he can continue to penetrate and compete with the other two parties. And that's the way I'm thinking. And I think his advisor, if they are listening to us, they need to work hard and keep him an issue in the media space so that his name and the party can continue to conquer. So I will not agree with you that he should just stop and start to do big manism like godfatherism like Tinubu-Atiku. Those ones are established, whether we like it or not. They are established politicians. They are trademark already. Obi hasn't achieved that feat. So that's the way I see it.
Well, what I'll probably see. Oh, okay, go ahead. Who's that?
Enigmatic. You see, it was Trump that said something. Trump said, "Every publicity is good publicity." Mm-hmm. He has to be like Atiku'S said, right? I agree with him in total. Obi does not have that structure like Tinubu and the rest.
Atiku and Tinubu, yeah.
Right? Yes, it doesn't have that structure when it comes to like people.
I just don't appreciate the double. But you can see the double standard, right?
Definitely. But that's the country we live in. But
there should be okay. Maybe what should happen is maybe there should be a change of style. You know what I'm saying, right? But yes, there's something should change because it's too.
He has to be in the news.
I saw this interview with 3 other Nigerians, right? And we can easily tell the interview was a well coordinated. This interview has been coordinated over 2 weeks ago. That's what I can tell you. This is not just an interview that happened within an hour. It happened like 2 weeks ago. So it wasn't an interview.
Also, sorry to interrupt you, Enigmatic. Also, before they publish these interviews, the subject, he has final approval. Do you know that? He's coming because it'll be part of the agreement that they agree before that interview is granted. That okay, you do this interview, but I want to see the final print before publish. That will be wrapped into that because they know their value. They know that the public wants to hear from them. So so a lot wrapped into it. Enigmatic.
But one man, if I may ask you, right, would you agree with me that there should be a change of style with Peter Obi's team about how he grants interviews and then the manner he grants interviews? Do you think people should agree on that?
Yes, I agree with you somewhat, but I agree with you that his messaging should still be at the level that it is because he's playing catch up. But his own personal words should be a rarity. So we should be hearing more from who are we hearing from? Bayo Ononuga and Paul Ibe. So those are the spokespersons of.
So let's be hearing more from Jewel. Jewel for Obi. From Jewel. Jewel, you can take the job of for being a spokesman.
But you see,
let me just add this. Sorry,
just 1 minute, right?
Oh, okay, go on.
You see the advantages of media. If you have someone that is in the media, right? Now, okay, you're asking me to speak up for Obi, but for the past 2 days, one man technically has been sliding me out. Right?
I'm saying it. I'm just being funny that you can apply to be the spokesperson for Obi officially. So you can, because look, at this point in time, right? At this point in time, what Obi needs
You,
what
you
Obi
that you are
needs,
fans' favorites. How can I
they
leave
should
you out? You are
see
fans' favorite now. Everybody will.
they should see that structure. No, Obi shouldn't just. I'm just saying what I have to say. If I have like 7 interviews now lined up for me within maybe 2 or 3 weeks, I'll probably have it reduced to maybe 3. Whatever I say in those 3
So
interviews, if
he's
you're not
spreading himself too thin. Is
too,
what
yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're not okay with that, that's okay.
But
And he has to walk through a structured environment. That's going forward.
But at the Mac,
so
what you want, even
I don't
in
know if I
United
can say
States,
something. Yeah.
even American realize.
Sorry, let's hear from Charles, and then you, Obina, and then
Okay.
enigmatic round of your thoughts. And I want to bring
Okay.
Charles into the conversation. So, but stay with us, enigmatic. So, so Charlie boy, you go now.
Yeah.
Obina comes after you. Enigmatic rounds of his thought, and I'll go to Charles next. So,
Yeah,
so in that
yeah,
sequence,
the same.
yeah.
Even the United States realize Tinubu is better than Tinubu. Even the foreign country realizing the truth. You see, Tinubu is the way they fair in phone. How can they make it Tinubu is better than Tinubu? I show you something. And you and Vietnam can show you something. Something's going on. They realizing that you people are smart.
Nobody said Peter. Who said Peter Obi is better than Tinubu?
Now I'm saying the foreign realizing that the Igbo people are smart. Realizing now, they're realizing something.
Nobody is realizing the Igbo people are smart. The Igbo people are some of the smartest on the planet.
Guys,
we've always known.
People,
who doesn't know the capacity of the Igbos? They are one of the brightest people on the planet.
You people always win. You can't mess with them, always win. You can't mess with them. Those win. They get you. And it's such a show. You see? You people are smart. Right. People really winning now. See, you people are smart. They're not dumb. They know what they're doing.
No. Who has ever suggested that?
I'm so happy. Now I'm very happy with what happened in the UN.
You live in America, Charles? Do you know NASA? Do you know NASA, the space agency? Do you know that? Do you know they have 7 Igbo engineers, top engineers there?
I didn't know.
And you don't. Nobody underestimates. We know the capacity now. Come on. What are you talking about?
Something's happening. The foreign organization realizing something. They realize something. And realize something is the truth. See, Nigeria thought because failed. Nigeria failed. But you want to say 9.3 will lead, that shows you something. And for the US Peter with the bad man Tinubu, that shows you something. They're not messing around.
Don't worry, the election is still in play. What you will see, Charles, I'm not sure if this is your first election or not, but you will see ebb and flow in terms of favor. So somebody will go through a period where they seem unassailable, and then somebody else will come and they will stymie that and then take the lead, and then that one will stumble, that one will come. So you will see the ebb and flow of it. It is only when we get to the sharp edge that the real players will.
I know, but I think what the entire organization show in Nigeria, that Igbo is a blessed to God for Nigeria. And Nigerians don't realize that. That's what the foreign.
No, Nigerians do realize.
No, Nigerians
this is what I just say to you.
See, Igbo is the only people that can save Nigeria.
Do you know that Madame Ngozi she's the first female, the first African to be the chair of the World Trade Organization? Do you know what that means?
Yes.
So don't worry, nobody underestimates the Igbos, but thank you, Charles. Let's go to Obina. Obina, let's hear from you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good day, everyone. So I wanted to interject in regards to the maybe the interview. Yes, I feel like for Arise, yes, they have soft spot for PDP, not just PDP too. They also have soft spot for P2B. To be frank with you, I see that even in them, you see. And then for TVC, of course, they will have it for APC. So what? Because even the way there's one guy, one Sam, the way he's obviously talks, as if in fact, with that guy there in the panelist section, you don't need an APC person there because the way he talks is like it's an APC. So, but anyway, the way that I feel they can do it is they can have Atiku go to TVC or TVC goes to Atiku. And then Arise goes to Tinubu. That way we are sure that they would attack them from every angle, Then in regards to P2B, I've experienced Ngige, when Ngige was governor and when P2B was governor. There is a difference between both of them. In fact, at that time when I met Ngige, when we were in school those days, and he came for one Anambra occasion, he his security was withdrawn from him. But even with the security withdrawn from him, then he was having that issue with Obasanjo where his security was withdrawn, one cut. Even with the security withdrawn from him, there was still retinue of people guarding him that you couldn't easily reach him. But Peter Obi was different. Now, why did I mention this? Is that Peter's trademark has been his simplicity. So and that's what got him to where he is now. So he can't now try to be like the PDP big boy or the APC big boy. His simplicity is what makes him different. That's his trademark. His accessibility. It's very easy to get through to him as far as you don't have any bad intention. It's very, very easy. And so if he starts making it like, okay, you have to reach him through someone, then it's going to make him look like the rest. Then it's going to be difficult for him to stand out like he is now, So I still feel, I still feel he needs to continue. Yeah, go ahead.
The wider question is, do Nigerians want an everyman president or an elitist president? Because
an everyman president.
No, I think Nigerians, they prefer an elite to be their president, somebody that they feel is slightly above them.
Not really. I think Nigeria just needs one of them to be their president.
You think
like
so?
Someone that feels what they're feeling. Exactly. So if an elitist can still feel the way they're feeling. Okay, someone like this guy that just won governorship, Adeleke. He won because he put himself. Yes, he's an elite. He's an elite, but still operates on the level of the masses.
All of them are elite. The masses are not organized enough to produce their
Nigeria politics.
Not
the way Nigeria. I'm not against Peter Obi's type of politics, right? If you want to know Peter Obi's politics in and out, I can dissect it for you. And I don't want to be going to that level now. I want to talk about something. I always want to talk about something different. What I'm saying is, he was operating at that local level then, quote unquote. It's in the big stage. Now, when you're in the big stage, you have to learn some ropes in the political, structure. Kwakwanso is part of them. He's going to have his own interviews. It's the same level as Peter Obi or whatever. But are you seeing him saying anything? Anything that is coming from Kwakwanso's camp is coming from someone. You will not see Kwakwanso here and there. But look, Peter Obi can have as much as interview he wants, but I believe there should be some changes, in his style.
I understand. But look at the way that where people. Okay, the first time I had Peter Obi and I was like, this guy is different. Was when they had an interview. I think it was with Sirius Tobal, somebody, the MD of NTA at that time. Now, the time that Peter Obi blew up was actually when he spoke on the platform. So if Peter Obi is not speaking like this, I don't think he will reach as much people as he's reaching now. Do you understand? People like Atiku, they've gone through the system several times that they are kind of tired of going through it again and again. They already know the result. Look at Atiku. They didn't make too much noise during the primaries.
But
the one that made too much noise. My point is, right? Okay, go ahead.
Do you want Peter Obi to change his style or not? Or just to go?
No, I'm not. I just feel like the way that his trademark, the way that he's known for, he should keep it up, so that people will not see him as someone that when he gets into the going to change, and he will not be accessible again. He needs to keep a consistency of his style, his characteristic. He might apply some modifications, but not to change so much that people will now like, is this a different person? He's still a big boy. Everybody, they're still going to go for him. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Obina. Round off your thoughts in a couple of sentences, enigmatic, and then I want to go on to Charles and X.
Yeah. So I don't really. Which other topic did you ask me? But if it is on the part of Peter Obi, I've said my mind, and I believe I've made some recommendations. So it's up to them.
All right, brilliant. It wasn't actually Peter Obi. It was Tinubu's back and forth with but thank you. Stay with us. I want to go around as much as I can to make sure every voice has a say. But you can continue to interject, and I'll still do the rounds again. So you answer a few more questions for as long as you're here. So thank you for opening up the space. enigmatic. So let's go to Charles next, who hopefully is with us. Charles, are you there? Okay, after all that build up. So Charles is now with us. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. He says, for all your efforts despite your flu-like signs, one man, Kushe Aburo. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So I think we may not have Charles. So let's go from Charles then. Let's go to Ovie, as since it's already indicating. So let's go to Ovie. So Ovie, try as you may to ignore it, is not going away, of course. I'm talking about the Peter Obi narrative, but then that has been appended on the Kwakwanso narrative as well. So this is an American, this actually not a couple of American organizations, a delegation of the United States-based National Democratic Institute and International Republican Institute. So they came to Nigeria to do sort of like an assessment of what is going on. And their conclusion then is that the Nigerian election might well be heading for a runoff. It says a runoff likely over Obi Kwakwanso's Emergence, United States Institute. So what they are saying in this piece essentially of here is that the dynamics of the Nigerian landscape politically, it has changed such that 2023 is not going to be like any other. And in the evolution of the Nigerian space, we might well, for the first time, see a runoff election. So do you concur with that assertion by your American burger munchers, brothers?
No, I think I should put the question to you. One man, do you believe what they are saying, that is going to be possible?
I think it's a total nonsense. I think what I do think is that the election is going to be won by narrow margins. So it's going to be 400,000 to 600,000 votes that will give the election, and it might well go to. I was going to say it's going to go to Tinubu, but it's not. It's looking more like Atiku now. But you know, one way or the other, one of them will win it. But certainly not Peter Obi or Kwakwanso or anything like that.
Well, man, I asked that question. I thought you wanted to say. I wanted to say why you go. Or again, another question: do you still believe that Kwakwanso is going to collapse his structure?
Most certainly within the next 2 months.
Okay, I said that because I have been saying this thing from day one. Remember, I championed Buba Morwa before the primaries and all that, but as we have it, the guy no declare, and instantly I do some consultation. Shout out to Jafar, and I said Konkoso is in the game, and there's going to be a runoff election. I've been saying this for the past since Konkoso decamped and formed his own joint NPP. I've been saying that this is going to be a runoff, and I went ahead to give example that has happened before. The American election of 1860 was 2 ways, and the guy that won it, Abraham Lincoln that won it, came from a new party called Republican Party today. It was just formed 4 years prior to that, 1860. So it has happened before. So I told you, and even Ajani Koko was done a lot of elaboration yesterday that this election is not just going to be the way they used to be. That he cited example of 79 election, Nigerian 79 election, and I went ahead again to compliment what he said. That yes, exactly that is what's going to happen. But the only difference between now and that of 79 is that it was not in our constitution to have a second round election. That is why we end up having a prime minister from Tafa Balewa, then the man from East, Zeke. So this time around, we have it in our constitution. There's going to be a runoff election. I've been saying it. People say this guy, you don't know it because you are crazy. But anyway, what am I trying to say? Nobody among these people now that can beat his chest that yes, I am going to win this election, and that is what informed Tinubu go all the way to
sorry, Ovie, describe that journey that will land us at a rerun to us. Describe that journey. But yeah, succinctly, be succinct.
That's where I'm going now. Yeah. It's because the numbers are not adding up anybody. Now, the election was 2 ways between APC and PDP. 6 months before Konkoso joined NPP. Then now reduce it to like 75% that is going to be 2 ways. But when Obi now finally joined his own race, killed that idea of it's going to be 1 way straight. Now, this is how it's going to be. It was because of that calculation that informed Tinubu having no choice than to go for Muslim tickets. And because of the because this election is going to be largely about the union and the separatists, that is why Atiku refused to go all the way to the east, rather come to the south side a little bit. Now, if you look at it from this angle, the northwest has the largest pool of voters. It has been established, followed by the southwest, right? And I've been saying it that nobody is going to be Konkoso in the north. I don't care if it's north central, northeast, northwest. He is going to be the major winner there. What's his name? Is that number enough to declare absolute winner? No. Tinubu already is in charge of the southwest. Nobody is going to beat Tinubu in the southwest. Is that number enough to declare absolute winner? No. Now we now come down to the dilemma where they are around Atiku. Yes, Atiku, the stronghold of Atiku, the PDP, was south-south. And it was south-south and southeast. But the emergence of Obi, because the Igbo have bent on producing a protest vote, because that is what you are going to see. Anybody that vote for Obi in a protest votes, cut across the EU too. So that caught the dominance of PDP Atiku. For me, he is the one at risk for all this thing. He might likely not even go to the second round. Based on that, and that depends on how much people like them, Konkoso, Tinubu, and Peter Obi get, how they share that votes within the south and the southeast. So if you see like that, you see that there's no clear winner. Now,
all right, okay. So there is no clear winner, as you have said. So
yeah, the second round.
Hold on. So the second round, then, in the second round, the people with the lesser votes will be jettisoned, and then it will be a straight shootout between two. So who will be those two names by your permutation, and who will the others collapse their support behind? So go to that space.
Okay, there's nothing like collapse, but see, as of today, as we speak, if you pay attention to the media, you will see that Konkoso has taken over Zaria. Zaria is where Dirty came from. The runner mate will be. By extension, Kaduna State is gone. So clearly, because of that advantage that the Northwest has the majority vote, Konkoso will likely come first, but it's not going to be enough to declare an absolute winner. Then the fight is now between the Tinubus and the Atikus. That is why you see all of them are taking time to actually say, this is my running mate, this is where I'm going. This is I cannot make my, you don't have to agree with me. What I'm saying is not absolute. I'm just telling you what I'm saying.
Go on,
okay?
Carry on.
So it did not depend on Tinubu and Atiku. Whoever has the majority among these two will go to the second round. Obi is not in this race. Obi is in this race to disrupt PDP votes. Is in this way to disturb people. That's why I kind of disagree with.
Okay, so which two names go to the shootout?
So if these two names, by my permutation, Tinubu and Konkoso.
Tinubu and Konkoso they go into the shootout.
No, yes. I won't agree.
Okay, no, let him
I have a statement. I agree with some part of his calculation, but just go ahead.
Obi will have more votes than Kwakwan, so I can tell you that.
Hold on. Let Obi run through.
Obi self might even have more votes than Tinubu. Just be going. Continue.
Hold on, Obina. So now Tinubu and Tinubu and Kwakwan so go to the shootout. So and now so the body that Obi commands and the body that Atiku commands, who are they going to lend their support to?
No, the whole Nigeria is still going to vote when they go to second round. It's not going to be between north and south. That is why I said the union is at stake. It's going to be north and south. The election of 1860 that I'm drawing this my narrative from, Abraham Lincoln was not even in most polling booths in the South, in America then. Then there were 34 states. Most of the southern states that Democrat control, what's his name? Abraham Lincoln was not even on the ballot paper. But because they have the majority, you understand, it won't be 49%. Although even theirs did not even go to second round. I'm just telling you that it does not even matter if anybody from the Southeast did not vote for anybody from the North, because their vote in a way is insignificant. So that's what informed Tinubu going for Muslim ticket, so that in case eventually that thing happen, he go figure small from the North. But I'm sorry, the North actually have the. So that is where I am saying that this is going to. I could be wrong.
Can I make a comment? Can I make a comment about your calculation?
Oh, okay, go on, Obina. Let Obina come in. Yeah, Obina come in.
Yes. So in regards to runoff, I've always said it too. Even in the last episode that I attended, that there will be a runoff. There most likely will be a runoff. The reason why I said it is because the constitutional requirement for declaring someone who contested for president the winner, it's not just simple majority, but you have to meet 2/3 of
yes, 21 of 24 states.
Of the 2/3 state. That means I think about 20 states. Exactly.
24.
Exactly. Now with these people running, yes. So someone like Kwankwanso would cause some APC not to be able to get to third in places where he has his hold in. Now, same thing
That's
with
what I
P2B.
mean by no one is actually absolute winner. That's what I mean by that. And nobody is going to say I'm the absolute winner.
Yes. But the person among all the candidates, the person that made the smartest move in picking their running mate, I would say, is the one of the PDP. Why? Because he recognized that there is a candidate from the southeast, and that nobody would support a number 2 against a number 1. And that's the mistake that Tinubu made. He's thinking that somebody will leave someone who is running for number 1 and support his number 2. That's not going to work.
You are repeating everything I said.
So are you seeing where the problem is? My point is, no, but I thought I agree. So I don't agree is where you're talking. The calculation is most likely.
Hold on a second.
Are we not talking? No, I'm not interrupting. We're all conversing now, right? Are we not conversing? I thought we were talking.
Go ahead, Obina. Hold on, Obina. Mm-hmm. So just to hold you in the space for a moment, Obina. So Ovia gives us his permutation. So firstly, just answer yes or no. Do you think there's going to be a runoff in the elections, Obina?
Yes, I feel there will be a runoff.
All right. So now paint that picture contrary to V. Who do you think will be the last 2 standing, and how do you think it will pan out? But condense it so that we can get back to V to continue his narrative.
I think it's most likely the PDP candidates and APC, or the PDP and P2B. I don't see Kwankwanso going anywhere close to any of these 3.
No.
Kwankwanso will be far away from them. He's going to be far away from all of them. Kwankwanso will be a spoiler. P2B is not a spoiler. P2B is going for the shot. Kwankwanso is most likely a spoiler for both parties. That's what. So I see the 3 of them hitting it back to back. And what makes me understand that is in this Demola election, the youth did a lot of participation. Go ahead.
What role is Obi playing?
Hold on, Ajale Koko, please. You can't have 3 in 2. So give me 2 people that you think are going to be in the runoff. So don't give me 3, give me 2. So it's a face-off between 2. So who by
then most likely going to be the two will I call them establishment politicians.
All right, that seems to be
that's the PDP and the APC then.
All right,
one man, can I chime in a second, please? Sorry, just a second.
I think Ajale Koko wanted to come in, so let Ajale Koko come in. But very briefly, so that we can get quickly back to V. So Ajale Koko come in. I have an insertion, and then you enigmatic, and then we get back to V.
I just want to disagree with Obina saying that Kwankwaso is not it's only Kwankwaso that is a spoiler, that is not in play, and that Obi is not a spoiler.
No, Obi is not a spoiler.
I don't know how you are able to arrive at that conclusion. Both Kwankwaso and Obi, both of them are spoiler, and both of them are in play. And where are they in play? Obi is in play in the east. Obi is taking only east. He cannot win elsewhere. And Kwankwaso as well can only win in the north. He cannot win elsewhere. So they are both spoiler and they are both player. Because what will make them a player is when this election ended up in a rerun. if election should go into rerun, then both of them are player. But as the way it is now, both of them are spoiler. They are playing a spoiler game because
do you know what Kwakwanso said?
They were not established.
Sorry,
hold on.
Sorry.
Both of them are not established party. And as a matter of fact, NNPP is more organized than LP. They are more organized than Labour Party.
Can I make just one comment, okay? Just one comment. Recently, when they interviewed Kwakwanso, he said that he's most likely to support Tinubu. He made that comment. So somebody that is a presidential candidate. I'm telling you, no, you need.
That's not true.
He said that. Let me tell you. He said. Listen. So. He said it. No. Do you know the interview I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Do you know the interview I'm talking about? Where he said that he liked Tinubu, they work together, that he will most likely work with him if everything is blah blah blah.
You are talking to
no, don't worry now. When you see, when politics is about to come and start, people will see what we're talking about. These guys know what they're doing. Just watch.
You are listening with bias.
Exactly.
I'm not. No. See, you have your own opinion. I respect your opinion. Me, I have my own opinion. You can't detect I'm speaking with bias.
One at a time. Yeah.
Hold on. Some days after that, Kwakwanso came out to clarify that position that he will never surrender to anybody, and his statement in the interview is not supporting Tinubu, and he will never surrender to Tinubu.
Time will tell.
Okay. Let's see what time will tell on Obi. Obi will surrender to Atiku at the end of the day. Do you agree that with me?
No. Let's hear from Enigmatic, and then we get back.
I don't agree.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So, all right, Enigmatic, have your insertion, and then we get back to over here.
Okay, my own thing is I insist on the fact that first, there will be no runoff. There will be a clear winner in this election, no runoff. And I will stand by what I've said earlier. And one man, again, you can put it on, you can pin it. Tinubu will be the next president in Nigeria. That's the point. No run. Peter Obi will neutralize all PDP's votes in Southeast and South-South. Same as Kwakwanso, and Kwakwanso is very likely to work with APC at the end of the day. So there will be a slam dunk victory. It may not be a wide one, but there's no runoff, and APC will retain the central party. That's it.
You see that permutation. You are looking outside of the electoral requirement.
Very unrealistic.
Hold on. Of that,
people don't know what is happening. Don't worry, Sha.
Hold on, Obina, please. So you're looking outside of the realism of that requirement that they have to get X amount from 24 states. And I don't think that Tinubu will meet that requirement. Certainly not in the Southeast. Very strong likelihood not in the South-South. So he might well struggle to even meet the requirements that makes him president. He might well win the popular vote, and he might not even win the popular vote. So it's up for grabs, but Ovie, back to you.
Yeah, back to what I was saying. So as it is now, all of them, they are all calculation, they are moves. If you pay attention to the signal, not the noise, they are all working to go to that second round. Now, people are saying, for me, I still don't believe Obi will take the East. But let's give it to him, right? But again,
Why would you suggest that Obi would not take the East?
One man. This is politics. Obi is not the only man in the Southeast. He's the only Labour man in the Southeast. All other politicians who belong to PDP and APC, what do you think of their political career in the first place? They are not putting Obi in their political permutation. They will have to work to end their future political career. And one of these is how do you deliver your community, your polling vote, your state?
Yeah, but see, Ovie, in the East, they play local politics different from national politics. You should know that by now. They vote ABGA most locally. Even Imo and Abia, they vote ABGA. Forget that they do Wuru and you see PDP winning sometimes. ABGA is the party that the East prefer. Then so for when it comes to national, it's going to be different. It's a different ball game. But continue.
Well, it's 7 months is a very, very long time. It's like 700 years in politics, as they say. So we go as a game, but I think we all established that there's no clear winner as it is today. So they all
no, there is. There is.
Sorry, gentlemen. So everybody hold. Please let Ovie follow through and actually land in some place.
Sorry, one man. I just wanted to remind Ovie of something.
Remind him, please. Let
okay,
him,
cool.
Otherwise, we'll be here forever. It's only because of the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, now that has been established, let's watch how the games play out, and let's fast forward to the media space. I mean, I can factor this media into what we are discussing too. I disagree with the man is when he's saying that Obi should slow down with his media appearance or no. Me and you, we agree that Obi claimed constituency today are the youths. The youth spend 90% of their time online, and you say make Obi no grand interview. Then who go know about Obi if he doesn't do that? Even though his media appearance is kind of marginalized, maybe now we're in money rich. But as time goes, as soon as the big men are coming into the space, it's all about money. Media is a private business. Yes, most of these politicians who have been in power for long has influenced how the media plays out. The last election, if you pay attention very well, the last interview, the chairman of APC granted, Adamudi granted, when was it Abati that asked him that what is the legacy of Buhari? He sarcastically said that arise. People they say this man no get sense. People they insult and insult, but the message is trying to remind them is that it was due to the Buhari emerging as a president that part of the business begins to flourish at the detriment of AIT of blessed memory. So what he's trying to say, we now owe us that gratitude. We now all of them without the presence of Buhari, AIT, the new segment will not be flourished as it is today. So your loyalty, you better understand that. That's what that man is saying. But people they look at that, this man have waiting to be legacy. But that's exactly the message he's trying to buy. This is the season where those they supported medially have to hold on to their own part of the bargain. But as it stays, it's still money. 60% of electoral process money where a candidate is spent, 60% of it goes to the media. And you can categorize those media, the mainstream in terms of Nigeria are the AIT, channels, Arise, NTA, people don't know they watch it here, but those are the traditional media that those that actually vote. When I say those that actually vote, our old women, our old people, villagers, now waiting that they watch be that. So you have to be able to pay to sit down with them and they come to your house or anywhere you go. It's money. It is not free. It doesn't matter who you are at this point. You have to cover that millions of naira, if not dollars, before they actually listen to you.
I think what Enigmatic was alluding to is an aura. You know, the way Obi is spreading himself, just dropping it for anybody that wants to insert, you know, it doesn't especially, you know, it's wearing too thin, it's spreading himself too wide, and it doesn't, you know, I was asking him that, did Atiku present presidentially? He said he did. That is because Atiku is still somewhat of an enigma, a rarity. It's still somewhat a mystery. It's still a mystifying sort of a person. But the way Obi is spreading himself. So that was why I was asking him, do the people want an everyday man president or an elite president? So he's spreading himself too wide is the thing.
He has no choice. He has no choice at this point. As we all know, they will go say, okay, his party is not established. So every media that grants him that opportunity, now he has to seize it. If not, nobody will know. By the time all these big men begin spreading their wings. And again, we only talk about channels, which, you know, we can say is neutral. You can talk about channels, Arise, and to some extent AIT and Symphony, they are still very strong. And again, contrary to what everybody is saying, that how many interviews will give, they will go around all the stations, not one, not twice, not as much as they can. They will begin grand interview. Even the Tinubu himself, apart from his own what's it called, LTV or whatever, he is bound to go round, not to his own advantage. You cannot affect to restrict yourself to just one channel. If you, again, go back to Buhari interview, early this year, where he start from? He start with Arise. Before you know it, China is come. So because again, it's all about the money for them. They have to make business. Any opportunity for them to grab any dollar, they will take it. So this man will go around all these channels, not one, not two. And another segment of the media that we are not paying attention to with the Southerners is BBC Hausa. BBC Hausa. If your memory is right, if they follow politics well, when Buhari wanted to announce his running mates, now BBC Hausa he go announce his running mates. Because the people in the north, that radio where they listen to, Hausa that they listen to. You understand? So it's very important. Then you now come back to the radio station. They're very important. I keep saying, listen to local radio station, state-owned radio station. This is where these men speak to the local people. Not to be every time that they come channels or anything. So they speak there more than even come to the mainstream media. Then before you now bring the bloggers, the YouTubers, and the rest, they also get their own shares of this money that we are talking about. So it is very important.
Nobody told me about that. Maybe I need to up my game.
You know how what's her name? How this guy can make billions of dollars?
Adeola.
No, not even Adeola. The Nigerian lady we build us for buyers for Banana Island. What's her name? The blogger now, we they everywhere, but 4 years go period.
Is it Linda Ikeji?
Linda Ikeji. How she make her money?
That one Ashewo now. Not Ashewo physically, but Ashewo.
At a point, now the place to go to be there for the Nigerian young people. That's how she make billions from all these politicians. That's how you put your hand back. Not only news again, not only interview.
Yeah.
You understand?
And one man.
Yes.
If you look at it from this angle too, because I know that these stations too, they also reach out to these smaller parties like this ADC and all of them, and they actually mentioned that by the NBC regulation, they need to give the same opportunity that they give to other people to everybody. Do you understand?
They have the right to say that. They have the right to say that.
So that could be another thing. Yes.
But at the end of the day, it's like the ISB that these are private-owned businesses. They are there for money. They have to pay their staff. They have to buy logistics and all that. They are there for money. That's why when again I disagree with Edmati when he tells anything that come out from Fox News is fake. You know, it's not fake. Anything that comes out of Fox News, NSBC and all that, they are tailored toward the Republicans, while the so-called CNN and the rest tailored toward the Democrats. Because again, what we are not fighting into this. Whoever becomes the president, you need media around the Asu Rock or White House. Which people are you going to say? All this media today, they lobby to make sure they are there at the presidency. They have their staff station at the presidency 24/7 to be getting the breaking news. So all these things, these are the strategies and the structure that we talk about when they talk about the established party. They have all these things covered. That's where their money goes. So the media is key to the kind of democracy and party politics we are playing. It is the #1 avenue, and this is not just that they dated back to the 1800s, where now only newspaper political parties they colonize those newspapers to make sure that they reach out to their own people. So there's more to just say AIT, NTA, or this one that we are talking about. The newspapers, Bola Tinubu said control a lot of newspapers. Somebody like Uzokalu control a lot of Nigerian newspapers. So those ones who they will call their share, they will go the same interview with Tinubu they grant for what's his name? Atiku they grant for AIT. So they also grant in Nigerian newspapers. So let's say you know they read newspaper, the same pattern, the same system, they grant the same interview too. So there's so much more. So Obi, as it is now, you don't get choice. You have to take over any opportunity they give. And again, if you are paying attention, 4 years ago, Showore was actually complaining that this big TV no one grant an interview based on his aunties. No, not because of aunties, because you don't want pay. You they feel say you don't take over the internet. You don't take over the internet. Everybody should be rushing you. No be so. So there's more to this news where they analyze, because again, I will cite one example again. People do in America. Andrew Young. Anybody remember Andrew Young? We contest for the presidency under Democrats 4 years ago. When Andrew Young say in go Iowa caucus, which is our one pretty much primaries. By the time he reached it, because he's so popular online, he won the youth votes of the Iowa caucus.
You may be surprised that not all of us follow American politics, but certainly we know. But let middleman.
Now, what am I trying to say there? Who won that Iowa caucus? Now Bernie Sanders. What I'm just waiting to realize is people where they vote, they are middle-aged men and old people. Waiting that they watch now mainstream media, the CNN, the Fox News. They don't even know how. So that's why I tip it that BBC Hausa, BBC whatever. That is very important. They have a lot of
There's a lot of fault lines. There's a lot of fault lines in what you're saying. But I don't really want to unpick it. But let's hear from Middleman who wants to insert something. Then I'll acknowledge the super chat and then take you to another talking point. I may point out the fault line now, but Middleman, you wanted to come in.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, the house. Can you all hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. So I wanted to just compliment what Ode was saying about the media in Nigeria and how the political parties would, pay. Ode, you have to understand that, media, what we call media today has changed. It used to be politicians going out to pay the media house to grant them interview or to, highlight them in the news. But today, with the new media, the social media adding up to it, it has become so important that the media, that is the traditional media itself, is in the news. That is why if TVC or channels or Arise News, when they interview somebody like Atiku, they throw it into the YouTube space because they make a lot of money from it, from viewing. You see, when they have 1 million views, that's a lot of money from them. So that is what I wanted to highlight. Is what I'm trying to say is that sometimes at this point, it's not about Peter Obi going to pay the media. If those who follow Peter Obi are mostly on social media, as we say, so it is actually lucrative for the media, Arise News and the rest of them, to have an interview with him, throw it on the social media, and then it will be devoured it will make round amongst the youth that actually know how to operate smartphones. So the media house, you don't need to pay them much these days. If you have the audience to consume, especially in the social media, they will want to come after you. If you have noticed, when Peter Obi started, like 3 months ago, he was always on Arise News because they were selling their product on the social media, and they made a lot of money with him. When he went to Egypt and came back, the first thing they did was to hold what Rufai did was to call him and made an interview, and that gave Rufai's channel a lot of views, of his podcast. So yes, you have to have money. You have to have money for them to interview you, highlight you, play your jingles and all those things. But the media has changed a little. Just to keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Yes, I see your point, but in terms of the Nigerian space, the YouTube or whatever has not had that grip yet. Still, the traditional media still make their money via the way they make their money today. If now Americans now they talk, I would understand. Again, that still brings Donald Trump into question.
No, how many people have electricity in their home to watch TV or Arise News Live?
Is that a question, really?
But they always have charge on their phone. They watch the YouTube. And
I think mainstream media is still the dominant space in Nigeria.
It's about people who go vote for you. People who go vote for you. Which media then they consume pass? No, internet.
Yes, but that's
never reached that level.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to insert something into what you're saying. In the relationship between the media and the candidate. The media and the candidate. The media.
Now, that brings Donald Trump. into this equation too.
No, don't bring Donald Trump in because I want to move from that space. But
it's still the media because people they quick to use him and say he conquered media. Donald Trump, before he even declared for president, has already conquered the media. Go and ask of a program called The Apprentice. He owed them, but because Democrats so have about 90% of strong going to the media, he boycott them. Just like the way Ronald Reagan ruled America via radio when radio just come out, the same way Trump almost ruled America via Twitter. You understand? So the trend is about your base, which medium that they consume pass. And we all know all these are local for yes, YouTube did, but it never reached that level.
Okay, can I say something? Can I say something over here? Just real quick.
I want to move on, but I want over here to comment on one more topic, and then I'm coming next to you, Joel of Nashville. But I think we've rounded off as much of that. But let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and then I'll go back to Vay with another talking point. So this is Alexander continuing to use that function. It says if Buhari gives his full support as the most popular politician in the North, Tinubu's pathway to the presidency is a slam dunk. Come on, folks. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But the qualifier, the most pertinent of all of that thing is if. So if Buhari gives his full support as the most popular politician in the North, Tinubu's pathway to the presidency, a slam dunk. But there's every likelihood, and from all of the body language, Buhari does not especially support Tinubu. There's nobody that really thinks it does.
Yes, because Tinubu embarrasses.
Yeah.
Because Tinubu embarrasses him in Abeokuta, saying that they make him the president. I know how my people they think. They hold it dear to their hearts. They will use our against us.
Well, you saw some people. There's also a man on the. Who are your people? Eh? Look at this guy. All right. All right. Thank you. So Ovie, let me move you to this other talking point, but I want you to really condense your narrative on this one. But we're going still with our Atiku, but this time we're going via River State. Wike now promising I'll expose everything that happened in the PDP to Nigerians. So why would he say that is the question? Because if you're saying you're going to expose something, then you are inviting surely the people that you want to expose to come quickly to negotiate with you. But if you want to expose, then you expose. What politics is Wike still playing, and are we starting to tire of it, Ovie?
At this point, Wike is begging. I told you the elite of PDP have put Wike where he belongs. And they talked him before. Say, you remember one man? I think that last year or early this year, I said Wike go beg. I said it. They have put him where he belongs. In fact, even one of the board members spoke on channels. He said, if we know actually treat, and paraphrasing now, treat Wike, put them for where he belongs. If tomorrow any riffraff will just get access to small money, go begin sort everybody that he wants to become president. They say this. So they just put them, the elite in PDP, people will get party because his own. They don't put them for where he belongs. At this point, now all these antics to see that he have a soft landing to protect himself against what is coming for him. So he can say, what do you want to expose? That's the way you sit down for glass and know the true stone, as they say. So what do you want to expose? You don't have to put it. If you want to expose, you don't need to tread. Put it out there. But I don't see what he's going to put out there that is not going to come back to him. He's a bona fide member of PDP from day one. So at this point, I feel sorry for him, but I don't feel it. You know where he's going into. So he just been put where he belongs. At this point, he's too polarized that nobody even want him on his side for what he want to do. What is he going to bring? He's not in command of the South number. So he can say he's in control of the structure of his state. But he's not in command of Bayelsa, Edo State. He don't insult all of us for Edo State. Say we no get father, who be our papa. So we dey wait for him. So the man is he don't shit for everywhere. He don't shit for Mina with Aliu. He don't shit for shit they stink. And he's feeling the smell of the shit when he shit for everywhere. So he go down.
I'll carry on. Look at this man. You're not on a door watch. What is this guy doing? Carry on.
He's the sort of now. He call up my deputy governor, say, who be father? Oh, we get father. We get father. We go show him. So he's losing his grip now. That's why he says he's just running, scatter, trying to do all this. And pity people where they inside like Autumn. Autumn no get just because he don't collect plenty money for your hand. So, and what value does he even have? How many people they want these people want control? So it's not like it's all that. They understand now. That's why they put them where it belongs. All the money that you think you are spending,
Ovie,
your money.
do you think you are being objective, Ovie, with your assertion? You are not really being objective.
Of a Wike.
Of your analysis of Wike's politics in PDP, you are not being objective. I think you are clouded by maybe whatever issues.
No, PDP now people get them. Now people get PDP. It's privately owned. Yes, he's been sustaining the PDP for the past 4 years. With whose money? State money. And during his campaign, when they look for this presidency, they follow his speeches. He said, I cannot go to Mina because these people. Why will you say that? Who we have him on his? Imagine when campaign train starts and they carry and go at those states. What do he want to? Who won't listen to them after he don't insult everybody? I think they talk in a very statistic manner, but I'm very real about what I'm saying. As time goes on, we will see where you want to go. If you go APC, it's locked. Amechi is there. Amechi will make sure they chop shit where you shit for there. Where you want to go? If you remember PDP, good luck to him. He's not going to get anything. So I'm for real. What I'm saying, I'm just telling you is that I like Wike. I commend him for able to bulldoze his way to finish second. But it's repercussion. That's why I thought.
Ovie, there's an English phrase that says "up a creek without a paddle." Up a creek without a paddle. So that is to say you've been cast adrift. So put that image in your mind. Somebody that is on a canoe or something, but they are up a creek, but they don't have a paddle. So that is Wike at the moment. Is in the middle of a lake on that canoe. But it doesn't have a paddle to go one way or the other. So which direction does it go? Because after all of this hoopla and all this hoo-ha, and I think Atiku is, if you read the body language of Atiku in that interview, he's fed up with him and he's ready to let him go. But where Wike is now, he cannot make his way back to Atiku without a big drama to bring him back. Atiku is not offering him that big drama. He cannot leave the PDP for APC, and he cannot really campaign for Atiku. So it's up a creek without a paddle, Ovie.
So I think you totally understand what I'm coming from. Even I'm being sarcastic about it. That's it. That's the truth. The man is. They don't put up. As I said, this political party are owned by people. He know this. If to see a person where they calculate, as soon as they bring Aliu to be the chairman, you should have seen everything on the wall. Aliu will not work for him. Aliu is a part of the founders of the PDP. Now their boy. If you remember back to 1999, who was the political structure in Nigeria more than Atiku? That is why they give him the vice presidency. Because Obasanjo just come up from prison, he no get money, he no get anything in terms of structure. Atiku was the man as at that time. That is what informed Atiku being the president. He has the money to spend, he has the political structure, he knows everything. So once they bring Aliu, you should have seen it. You should don't calm down small, say, okay, this thing, he done the big part. But I keep saying it, these parties are on. When the time comes, the owner of the party will stand up, and that's exactly what they are saying. And again, if you his interview with Arise, when they asked him about Peter Obi, he gave two answers to that same exact question. One, he was trying to act. He closed his eye, take a deep breath, as he regret not taking Obi. That is a way for him to appeal to the elders of that region and say, yes, it's not my fault that I didn't take your son. But again, he said that the Obi movement and the Labour Party are not going anywhere. Why? Because if now you have to tally that why to what he says about Obasanjo. Say yes, he never visited Obasanjo, but then they talk. And who is behind Obi? It's Obasanjo. So that is to tell Atiku, say Atiku, without Obasanjo telling him, just put it in words now. Say, come, we will make sure you not become president of Nigeria. We are going to bring somebody that will deplete your votes. And that is the role Obi is playing. Are
you suggesting that Obi is an Obasanjo stooge? Is that what you're saying?
Well, man, it's clear now. It's obvious.
Obi is an Obasanjo stooge. Only you.
When after Konkoso give interview, and what's his name? Buba came. There's a third person that came. I said it. What's his name? It's from Zaria to there. He came and give historical perspective for why Obasanjo is doing what he's doing. That during the Civil War, the person that done damage to the Eastern Quarter is Obasanjo, and he said it. So he's in a way he's trying to say, okay, I beg, I'm still with you guys. Stay with me. Who bring the former CBN governor come out? Deputy CBN governor. This is Obasanjo. Who bring Madam?
That was Atiku now. It was Atiku during Obasanjo's era.
Obasanjo has always been a southeastern man. If you look at his politics quite well.
And there is a reason to it.
In '99 when he was elected president.
Like that.
Hold on. In '99 when he was elected president, Yorubas did not vote for him. They voted for Olufalaye. He was the candidate of the PDP, and PDP has always been naturally southeast and south-south. So Obasanjo will not support anybody. Whatever you are bringing out now, right, is just to show Atiku that Atiku and Obasanjo, you know, they are cat and they have this cat and dog or whatever.
We are saying the same. We are saying the same thing. We are saying the same.
So he would rather support somebody who will never even go somewhere than say he's throwing his weight behind somebody who is probable.
We are saying the same thing. They brought him out to deplete PDP vote, but that's the same thing I'm saying. I ain't bring him out. I mean,
but bring him out to deplete. He bring it out to deplete PDP vote for who? So do you think he will support? Do you think he will support Tinubu? You know him and Tinubu. They are not. They don't see eye to eye. So who is he bringing it? Who is he supporting then?
Hold on, Ovie. Let me put it to you in this way: in a hierarchy of hate, who do you think and list it? Who do you think Obasanjo detests the most? So you have four. So give me a hierarchy of hate: Atiku, Tinubu, Kwakwanso, and Peter Obi, and that should tell us then where Obasanjo's support is. Hierarchy of hate.
Okay, hierarchy. I will put. I'm tempted to put Atiku to be number one, followed by what's his name, his brother Tinubu, for obvious reasons. So I put them within that. I put them in that space. But one thing again, I want to understand: who make Kwankwaso Minister of Defense?
That's exactly what I wanted to say. That Obasanjo would prefer Kwakwanso among every other person than anybody. Kwakwanso has been Obasanjo's man long time ago. Yeah, when Kwakwanso lost governorship election, he made him his Minister of Defense to console him. You know.
So everything is.
But brother, have you ever thought about this? Have you ever thought about this? Kwakwanso and Peter Obi. Obasanjo knows that the two of them are going nowhere. So whatever game they play is going to be for who at the end of the day.
That's exactly what I'm wondering. Yeah.
Enigmatic. If you still believe that the North actually will vote for, or let me not say the North, that the members of APC that are loyal to the president will actually work for Tinubu, then I'm sorry, you go see wake up from your dream.
Hold on, enigmatic.
Okay.
Ovie, who was on the ballot in 2011? Who were the two main protagonists in 2011?
Wait, 2011, Buhari and my uncle from the other side. Good luck.
And what happened?
What happened?
Yes.
2011. Good luck won.
So there it is. So where is it that the North will not vote for?
No, as at that time, there's only PDP and the rest. Because Buhari was CPC. And the CPC will take as regional government until they agreed to come to the West to make agreements before it work. And that went to the last point.
I thought Buhari was AMPP then. Wasn't it AMPP?
No, not CPC.
Not CPC, yeah.
You guys don't get, I think what the North is doing, the North know that Tinubu will be a one-term president.
It started with AMPP before CPC.
Yes, it started.
Well, it was CPC in 2011, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2011 was CPC.
Yeah.
Now, that brought us to the bigger picture here. To develop a country, to do whatever, it is not by ideology or by policies. It's by compromise. And that is where my brother in the Southeast are missing it. No matter how brilliant your ideas are, how true your ideology is, you have to win power first before it comes to fruition. If you know they are all useless. And that is exactly what Konkosu was trying to say, saying that this is an opportunity I'm extending to my people in the East. If we now miss this opportunity, it's over. Nothing will come to you. Now, when I go miss that is number 1, number 2, number 3, like auto like number 5, nothing for now. So all these things now, just the point together.
But who the Kwakwanso pick? Who the Kwakwanso pick? Is it not an Edo person or something? He didn't pick a Southeasterner. So all those his talk was nothing.
No, he went for pastor because he has to go for a pastor because APC went for Muslim ticket. It's strategy, man. Second round. Sorry.
Ovie, round off your thoughts in a couple more sentences. Hold on. Ovie, round off your thoughts in a couple more sentences, and then I want to go on to Joel. It's just for reasons of time.
Kwok also know that he's going to win the North, and in the way that he can get anything from the South is to carry a pastor, a bishop, a real bishop, not be upcoming bishop or fake bishop. And he's not saying he's going to win the whole South because of the bishop, but he's going to get something to complement what he's going to get from the North. The North has the largest number of voters. I keep saying that. So if he ends up anybody that square up with Kongo's on the second round election, it's a landslide.
Ovie, forget this your second round, I beg.
All right, thank you, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. Stay with us as ever. You come here and you dabaru everything. Don't worry. A lot of people are already making attributions for anyway, you know what they are saying. You don't need me to tell you.
I have a praying pastor as my vice president. Look at
that. Holy Ghost fire. Holy Ghost fire in Aso Rock. It's unbelievable. When I went to look that guy up after they announced it, what I was seeing, nothing, very few shocks me, but you know those fake pastors that will lay hands and people will fall. This is the guy, the vice president. My God. But then there it is.
When I first heard the news, I actually argue. I say, hey, no way. This guy will come do. But when I begin put 1 or 2 things together, I say, okay, yes, now I understand why they go carry out pastor.
Holy Ghost fire. But there it is. Let's go on to Joel. Thank you.
Watch out again. Watch out next week. He's coming home. What I mean is coming home. The Dausa is coming home. You're going to see what is going to play out. Try to look. I will send you that video when Kwan goes to the display for me now. Zaria, where the IPOP vice president come from. It's gone. Kaduna is gone.
All right. We'll find out soon enough. But thank you, Ovie. So thank you, Ovie. Stay with
this
us.
Your head is shine. This head is shine, guy. This is your head,
don't worry, it's after babe again. Are you after babes again? Look at this, you're always after babes. What did they do yourself? So good to have you, Joel, as always. So this run of sorry, do you want me to come back?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right. So this run of idea then is something that has been muted and dismissed severally in the course of conversations. But the Americans now have sent a delegation to the Nigerian space just to assess what the developments are so far. And their conclusion is that with the emergence of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso, there's a very good chance that it would not be the first round that will produce the president, but the elections will go to a rerun. So this already, the impact already of Peter Obi documented as at this point. But how will that play out? So if it goes into a rerun, who do you imagine the front runners will be? Which two do you think the candidatures will narrow to? Which two do you think will duke it out? And of those two that will duke it out, who do you think the others, let's just leave it at the four, how do you think they will pack their support? So the Americans speak. What says you?
Okay, good morning, afternoon, evening, everywhere you are. I've been listening. I don't want to digress into the delusions of Mr. Ovie, obviously a good friend of mine.
Ovie is on a special diet, as you know.
He's on a special diet, so I don't want to, meddle into that. Okay, on the case of Nnamdi Kanu, I think that he should be released, but it has to be conditional.
Nnamdi Kanu.
Because you were talking about Nnamdi Kanu, right? And how the American.
No, that was an earlier session, but go on. If
Okay,
you go
okay. No, I was going to still get back to what you were saying, but I'm just saying, like, just eating, brushing the Nnamdi
okay,
Kanu
go on. The floor is
side.
yours. The floor is yours. Carry
Yeah.
on.
So the Nnamdi Kanu issue, I just think that he should be released, but he should be conditional. Because I was one of those, at the earlier stage that, was listening to him and he was saying things that had to affect us as a people. And you see, there's nothing as wrong as when someone says something and people are saying, no, what you said is wrong, what you said is wrong. And some of those things that person says becomes truth. Then you are creating a messiah. And that is what Buhari did, because what Nnamdi Kanu was talking about, the Fulanization, the people in our bushes and all that, it's all real. It started coming up to our faces. People started dying. We started seeing these things. So that is the reason why people started having that soft spot for Nnamdi Kanu. However, he deviated. He deviated when he started being so forceful. He deviated when he started, trying to maim anybody that, these followers were being so violent and all that. So I would want him to get out and, but it should be conditional. Moving forward. On the case of who is going to win this election, I agree totally that there's going to be a rerun. I said it earlier on, even before Tinubu chose his VP candidates.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The issue here is this. I've not had the opportunity all this while for the past 2 days to really address these issues, but you do not go to a war with your arms tied behind you. For the fact that Tinubu chose a Muslim ticket, one of his hands is tied behind him. The other arm that he has is the one the party members and probably Buhari will give to him. So I am going to say Tinubu might, because they have 21 states. Tinubu will survive it. The next person I'm going to talk about is Atiku. One thing working against Atiku is that we've had 16 years of Buhari. Now, talking about Atiku himself, the interview he gave was just so shallow. Anybody that took any inspiration from that interview is I don't know. I don't want to use any word on the process, but if you listen to the interview, it was empty. For a former VP candidate, Atiku did not give us he didn't go into details. In fact, Peter Obi that we thought wasn't really going deep, is even more detailed in what he's going to do. So I have always said it, that Atiku is not going to be in the play. This game is between Peter Obi and Tinubu. Because this is the way I see it. In the north, we have the Christians, Muslims, and the northern Christians. They are going to vote towards the LP, because when you look at all the candidates, the 4 leading candidates, the only Christian candidate there is Peter Obi. So I know that he is going to have enough vote from the middle belt, especially those areas.
Very well. Let me ask you a question. So the northerner will see their own, they will not vote for him.
Stop using the northerner. Stop using the northerner.
Hold on, man.
Okay, go ahead.
They will vote for your own. They will not vote for their own. But in your own place, you want to vote for your own. Is that the way it works in politics?
Who is a northerner?
So you're not going to vote for the northerner, right?
No,
you are not going to vote
for,
hold on. You are not going to vote for Atiku. You are not going to vote for Kwankwaso. But the North will vote for Obi and Tinubu. Is that your commutation?
I will tell you why.
They will abandon them. They will not vote for them.
Do you want me to tell you why?
Tell me why.
Good. I will tell you why. For Tinubu, the only thing with Tinubu is just I just told you is the 21 local governments. If Tinubu takes away the Christian population in the north, Tinubu is really struggling, whether you like it or not. And I have always said it on this show, we cannot keep talking about one north. The north is not one. And when you listen to people coming out, I don't know if you've been following up interviews, barrages of interviews that have been coming up of late. The North is not one. So stop telling me the North. When you want to tell me the North, remember even in Atiku's interview, he started talking about the places that are Kanuri, Yobe and where, and I think it's Gombe or so. That he was saying that every other place that he has advantage. Right? So that's what I'm telling you. There is nothing like one North. It is a psych issue on the Southerners. The Southerners have not really been able to take that off their head. And that is what led Tinubu to go pick another Christian, another Muslim. You cannot, you see, you can, even if they are at 40% in the North, they still have sympathy voters from the South. There are people that are not going to vote, even Europeans that are not going to vote for Muslim tickets. And what he did was that he went into the church to slap them. Then when we now consider the charade that happened at the unveiling of his running mate, that was unacceptable. If we reverse it, there will be killing in the North. You saw someone that had a Christian what they call it, the Christian a pope, or he put on the bishop clothes, and he was saying the house of prayers. At this stage, I am not here because that's the reason why when I'm talking, I want people to quote me. I want people to see my face so that they will know. As a Christian, I see that as a slap on our faces. But you know why?
Joel, can I say something, Joel? You know, when I listen sometimes, not to you especially, but to this sort of narrative that comes from that space, I wonder sometimes if people paint themselves the picture that leads them to where they want to go. So I wonder if you are picking pieces that are somewhat feeble and really not substantial and merging it together in order to paint a picture that takes you to where you want to go. I'm not sure there's this fixation on those supposed fake pastors. I think that was a comical moment that came and went. And this Muslim ticket, it looks as though it's going to ride out. You know, but it has to be a bit more substantial to wrestle power from the juggernaut parties. So it cannot be all these little things like, oh, where is his primary school, fake pastor. So these are peppy little things, and I'm not sure if they're just people.
It is not. It may be to you. You see, it may be to you. But for many people, the Christian camp people coming out to denounce that, it's a slap on them. But
did you see what El-Rufai and the governors of the North said, I think yesterday or earlier today? They were commenting on Khan. They said they've been watching Khan, going over this religious matter, and they want to make it politics. And they said, if you actually want to go there, then it's going to be Muslim versus Christian. Let's wait for February. That's what the governor said in the North. And I'm not going to say more than that. Go ahead.
Okay. If he said it's going to be Muslim versus Christian, then so be it. Who is afraid? We are talking about balance here. And we are talking like we are defeated. Who is defeated? Is it because we have Tinubu in power? Or we have Tinubu as a candidate? That you can say you want to sell your birthright for porridge? We are telling you that because of what is happening in the country today, that we do not want a Muslim ticket. And putting the character of the people in question. Are they going to give us what we want? Are they going to give us that fairness? The other day, Oga Alexander was saying something like Fashola would be the SGF. Is that the country we want to live in? If they say it's going to be a Christian versus Muslim ticket thing, it has always been. Let it ride. But my thing is that when we keep compromise, that was the reason why I would have said, Tinubu, go get a Christian, another Christian. Let them die in far north. What will happen? If you do that, you will find out that if people had done that and he was getting backlash, he will get sympathy votes from the same north. So I don't want to also make it about who is afraid of who. I'm not afraid of the northerner. I don't expect them to be afraid of me. But if they want to make it that, then they should make it that. After I wasn't the one that wronged them. You understand what I'm saying? Their antics is what made Tinubu to do what he did, because it showed that we are not living in a balanced country. We must live in a balanced country moving forward. We must show that we are balanced. We are balanced mentally. We are balanced physically. We are balanced in the way we do things.
Joel, you say you want to live in a balanced country, and you are insisting on a Christian-Muslim ticket. But
yes.
Joel, be careful what you wish for. Watch this. So you wanted a Muslim Christian ticket. So here is a Muslim Christian ticket for you. Watch this.
One touch.
So there it is, Joel, coming to a country near you, presented by Kwakwanso.
So
that is your vice, that is your vice president from Kwakwanso.
Please, we have competent, respectful Christians that can do the job without even being in the pulpit. I told you that Kwankwaso is a joker. Kwankwaso will only do something in the north, like maybe Kano. They will just follow him, all those people. But Kwankwaso is not going anywhere. I have told you where it's going to lie. The sympathy for the fact that we just coming out from is an 8 years of from someone from the north. And apart from that, the most important thing we're even talking about, when you talk about the economy. So where is the economy today? Everybody is biting. That is another hand. That is part of the hand that Tinubu has tied to his back. That is my point. So in the real sense, this election should have been between Obi and Atiku. Because when you're looking at APC and what they have done in Nigeria, nobody wants them. The only people that wants them are just like tribal bigots. Because there is no way you can explain it. Dollar was 150 to 200 180 when you came into power. Today is 650. Everything in the country is up. So you have done worse for the country. So my own point here is that when you look at the whole, I'm just looking at just because it is Muslim. It ought to be between Peter Obi and Atiku.
But they are the same party now.
Between who? Peter Obi and Atiku?
Yes, they were both PDP.
No, I'm talking. Peter Obi is Labour Party. We are talking about. I'm coming back to you mean
now? Okay.
If they're going to be a runoff, right?
All right.
Now, where they could take away Peter Obi is, for instance, if they have, say, Peter Obi and Tinubu, and they say go on a runoff, you know that Kwankwaso will support Tinubu. So that is where I am looking at it from. But if it's based off the first ballot, people that are going to qualify for the runoff, Peter Obi is going to be number one. And going to the media circle, Obi was talking about you have to spend money, have to spend money, have to spend money. Look, let me tell you something. Being in the media, you ought to understand that media feeds off viewership. So in the United States, even in the United States here, they will tell you that, oh, CNN, nobody's watching CNN. They will tell you how many people that watch CNN and all that. What happens when you invite Peter Obi to your station is that you have increased viewership. If you have increased viewership, then you have increased sponsors. How much do you think the politician will pay you? The politician pay you today and he leaves. How much will advertisement pay you? It is an ongoing thing. So it is not about the money that comes from the politicians are also good. But the thing there is that they can collect money from people like Sowore, Atiku, Tinubu, those ones that need to prove why they are in the race. Not Peter Obi. If Peter Obi is coming to your studio, he is coming with, if you go and listen to the radio interview he got Rufai, before Peter Obi came there, it was about 20,000 followers. After Peter Obi left there, he left it with about almost 500,000 followers. That is my point. Whenever you invite Peter Obi to your station, you are be rest assured that you're going to get that viewership. And media houses, the most important thing to them is the viewership, not really the politicians.
Tell him I'm looking for him, by the way, Peter Obi. I'm looking for him. Maybe I'll send him a DM.
As long as we're not going to have Kulata and
where is Peter Obi vote coming from? Where is Peter Obi vote coming from, Joel? Where's Peter Obi vote coming from?
Peter Obi is going to get about 90% of Eastern voters. And the reason why I tell you this,
which is nothing. Which is not
Hold on, let me go through. Hold on, you asked him a question. Go on.
Can I finish? You see, the last time we've always had voters apathy. Remember, for those of you who don't remember, that Nigeria stands on a tripod, and I'm unapologetic about it. Nigeria stands on a tripod. The Yoruba, Igbos, and Hausa, we are the most populated group in Nigeria. And the reason why you had what we are seeing in the Southeast today is the years of marginalization. So when you have so much talent in you, you might be like, you know what, this environment is not paying me or it's not doing me any good. I have to move. So that is why you see the Igbos scattered all over the place. It does not mean that their population actually reduced. It just means that they've been scattered, and that's the reason why in Lagos today, Tinubu is having issues. Tinubu is going to have issues in Lagos State. So that is the thing. So when we look at it from that angle, Peter Obi, and there have been increased registration in the Southeast. Most people came up. Peter Obi is going to win 90%. And before, if the Southeast gave you 500,000, Peter Obi is going to give you about 900 to 1 million in Southeast.
No, I think you'll get a lot more than that.
No, I'm talking from a state. I'm talking from certain states, right?
Right.
Because when you look at it, they'll tell you that total registered voters are like maybe 1.5 million, but maybe 1 million, maybe like 500,000. Most times it's like 300 to 500,000 that comes out to vote. Peter Obi is going to jack it up to 1 million. So let us stop using this thing like, if the East is not going to be enough. No, if the East give you 5 million votes, it's good. Now, if I creep into the South,
I agree with that, by the way. I see him roughly about between 5 to 7 million votes in the Southeast, just because they are energized.
Because they are energized. And if you still cut it across like a place like Lagos State, if you take some numbers from Lagos State, then you know that his number is also up, even though it's not in the Southeast. So that is that part. In the South, the South, like I'm so sure of Edo State, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. The only place in play right now is River State, Delta, and Bayelsa. These are the only three states I'm afraid of. These other states will go to Peter Obi. Peter Obi is going to make 24% in most of the middle belt states. Trust me on that. I'm just
let him follow through, please, gentlemen. Carry on, Joel.
It is not. I am not telling you something that I have, because I am part of the group, right? I know where we are, because some of you keep saying social media. I told the people in my group, I told them, you know what? Let us stop, responding to this foolery about social media. We know what we're doing in the streets. Hopefully, based on the inroads we have made, even in the north we're talking about, we are going to see numerous numbers, a viable number from the north. Remember, the northern Muslims are the most hit by the ISWAP and the terrorism are going on in the north. They are the ones that are not going to the farms. How many times have we heard that an imam got kidnapped? No, it's always a Christian Muslim, another Christian, northern bishop, northern this, northern that. It's always Christians. And even if they have the Muslim ones, they even free them. The ones that are in there are the Christians.
You see where you are now. Sorry, hold on, Ajale Koko. Where you are now, Joel, is what I was referencing when I was saying that sometimes you paint yourself a picture you want to see, but let Ajale Koko insert and then you carry on. Say it.
Go ahead. You said when you hear kidnap, It's only Christian.
I said mostly Christian.
That is not true.
Okay.
That is not true.
All right.
Don't spread propaganda and don't spread lie. It's not
It is not propaganda. These are the facts. These are the facts.
There are many emirs, there are many sheikhs that have been kidnapped as well across in the north.
And
even a lot of them. Even
the
if
emirs,
don't carry propaganda. All this propaganda because of Obi, stop it. For God's sake.
I am not. Look, you see, it is one thing to say that I am blowing up propaganda. It is another thing is to hit me up with fact. When was the last time?
I am telling you, when you don't listen to the other side, you are just listening to the one that fit into your narrative.
When was the last time an imam was killed?
Over those people that are even affected most in this ravaging of villages and all these things in the north by terrorists and banditry, they are Muslims. Records are there.
Look,
so what are you talking about?
When was the last time an imam was shot dead?
Oh my God. You don't know.
I asked you a question now. Why you saying, oh my God,
When was the last time? I'm telling you, yes, it has happened several times. See.
When was the last time? You see, when was the last time?
Why must I tell you the last time? But I'm telling you the last time several times.
Look, I can tell you the last time a priest was killed. That was 2 days ago.
Because that is what fits into your narrative. That's what fits into your argument, and that is what you are playing here.
There's going to be a prison break. There's going to be another prison break soon in the north. There's going to be another prison break.
It is in the news.
That's the breaking news.
Right? So it is in the news. What I'm saying is it's not what I'm saying. Before last week, the person that the person of God that they killed or someone in the pulpit that they killed was a Christian.
There are many imams. There are many imams that have been killed. There are many sheikhs that have been killed. There are many even the most prominent one. Let me tell you, even the most prominent in kingdom of what is the name of this kingdom in Kaduna? What is that? Zaria. The emir was Zaria was kidnapped. One of the kingdom in Zaria was kidnapped for several days. They have to bail him out. I mean, they have to pay ransom to get him out.
Good. When was the last time an imam was killed?
Is he not a leader of Muslims?
If you have to attack me,
all right.
A leader of a emirate, hold on.
Can you hold on?
Go ahead.
Hold on, everybody, please. Joel, just agree to disagree because I think there's no yielding in that space. So agree to disagree and then carry on with your permutation. You were painting us a picture of Obi winning or something.
Okay,
let me make this point. I will yield to him.
Go ahead.
Between the emir, who is a leader of an emirate, and pastor, who is bigger?
Between an emir and pastor?
Yes.
An emir, depending on where he's coming, should be bigger.
Okay, and I am telling you, in Zaria, an emir was kidnapped for several days, maybe for like 10 days before he was released. That is a big issue. It's a leader of an emirate and a Muslim.
Good.
But you didn't say about that. You didn't say nothing about that.
I don't know what the problem is. I said mostly Christians. And in the last 1 month,
and I said that is not true. That is not true. In overall cases, Muslims are affected than the Christians.
Okay, we can make that argument. We can make that argument, later. But since I'm the one that have the floor, I just want to tell you that I use the word mostly, and the most people that have been kidnapped that we have seen in the news are the northern priests. And I mean, I will leave it at that. So, I am one man. Going back to my permutation, I believe that the middle belt, where you have Christians who will vote for Obi. for those Muslims that are so disgruntled about Buhari himself, because sometimes we talk about Buhari. I had Mr. Alexander say that if Buhari should put his weight behind, Buhari does not have that political weight no more. He's not on the ballot. So
are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm just
please,
telling you.
let him just follow through, please.
Let him just follow through, right? Buhari is not on the ballot. So Buhari still has followers, but if he had like 70% of followers when he was contesting, now that he's asking people to support someone, he might get like maybe 25% of those people because he did not do well. If he had done well, he would have gotten up to 100, even for those in the South. So there is nothing APC can sell economically to Nigerians that they have not done in the past 8 years. And when you go back to the last 8 years and see what they have done, they've been a disaster. So what I'm saying is this: Nigeria should be ready for a change. Nigeria should be ready to do things the new way. Peter Obi is coming in 2023. It might be uncomfortable for you, but I am seeing it. When things are happening, if Tinubu can go for a Muslim ticket, Atiku comes out, being that Buhari just came back, Buhari is still running his 8 years, who is from the north. Then Kwankwaso, anyway, the same fate with Atiku. That one, I mean, it's just like, is the passenger, right? Peter Obi, going by what I'm seeing, will get the majority of the votes. And that is where I'm going to leave this. One man, if there's any other question, I can go, or if there's no other question, we can give to someone else.
All right. So this one now, do you know who Odumeje is in Daboski?
Yes, I do.
Okay, somebody was suggesting that the presidential flag bearer of the NNPP, he missed the trick. Rather than using this laying hands pastor, he should have picked Odumeje as his running mate. So
Odumeje would have given Kwankwaso more votes.
Yeah,
you see, I do not like Odumeje. But there's something about Odumeje. Because the one Kwankwaso pick is also comical. Yes. It's just that Odumeje is the difference between him and Odumeje is that Odumeje is on social media. This one is just inside his cocoon, doing his thing. You understand what I'm saying? So, but Odumeje has more followers. So probably because this one he knows it's not going to give Kwankwaso anything. So Odumeje would have at least giving him somebody from social media or give him that make people know who he is in the South. He could endear himself to the South with Odumeje. But that ticket, I am not going to vote for it, even if Odumeje is the only Igbo man in the entire race. I am not going to vote for that ticket because
you don't want in the Bosque power in.
No, we cannot degenerate ourselves with having Odumeje as a VP or having that Idahosa guy as a VP. That was just degrading. When I saw that the picture that you saw, the clip that you just showed us right now, I felt so bad. I did not know how Kwankwaso in his right thinking, and sometimes they call these guys strategists. I think we are overinflating these guys, and the way they think. Even with the Tinubu and his choice, Atiku for even coming out, it shows that they are not really that strategists we are talking about. Yeah, you might say, oh, it was strategical for Tinubu to go to the far north, but sometimes in your strategy. Before strategy comes common sense. There was no common sense in their decision making. So I'm not discussing Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso will only affect what's his name?
Atiku
in the north. I'm not looking at it's going to affect Atiku in the north. Remember in 2015 when Atiku came out, what was the total vote Atiku got? 2.6 million. In 2019. If you had gone to look at the interview he granted Farida, right on during the debate, it was Peter Obi that was saving him from the barrages of question thrown at him by Farida.
You
Just
are
like
lying.
Idiabo.
You are lying in the face of the whole world. That's a lie again. We all watch
There are
it.
many questions.
Why are you lying?
Okay.
Eh?
You know what I'm
Why
going to
are
do?
you
You know what I'm going to
lying?
do?
Stop lying.
Adelekoko, you see, I don't like if you
Obi
just say,
was
I don't
helping
like
him.
it.
That he cannot speak for himself. That's a lie. Stop this
Obi
propaganda.
was helping him
Why are you spreading
defend some of the
propaganda about
points.
Obi? He can't help
Oh my
your
God.
candidate. This is not the way to help your candidate. When you lie, open lie,
I
dry
am not
lie.
lying to you. I am telling you the facts. You can
It is
feel
not
anyway.
fact. You don't
You
have
are
fact.
free.
It's a
You
lie.
are free.
You are lying. It's a
You are
propaganda.
You're all
free.
jealous.
Go and
You're
okay.
jealous.
You know what I'm going to do,
You're
one man. You know what I'm going to do, one man.
Yeah,
One
carry
man.
on. Yeah, I'm
What I'm going
listening.
to do is this, right? I have this app on my phone where I can, watch a clip and record it off my clip, right? I am going to, because of Adelekoko on this issue, I'm going to go back to that interview and I'm going to see, I'm going to show many times when Atiku was boxed into a hole, and especially when he was talking about his friends. That was where he made that gaffe about, are you going to give contact to your friends? He said, oh, they are my friends. They are my friends. What is there? I think it was in that same interview that he gave that gaffe. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pinpoint those and I'm going to send it to your Instagram so that we cannot go back and forth with say I am lying or not lying. And I just believe that Adelekoko, that was a big rule telling me that I'm lying when the news is out there and you can
said
see
many times. You
and
said many times. Obi was
you understand what
helping
I'm
him.
saying?
So you said many times during the
Bro, so
interview. That
Obi
is
and
what
who
you
run the
said.
second round? Obi and who go second round, Joel?
And that was
Well,
not true. That is not true.
And Obi helped that ticket. And what happened? My point was that Atiku got about his vote tripled in the 2019 elections, right? And I'm not saying it's only going to be about Obi, but it's a whole lot of issue because the economy was going badly. And again, Obi was on that ticket. It gave him a lot of votes. Let's
Right.
look at Atiku.
Let's put it
Just
in.
for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Joel,
Go ahead.
No.
Joel, Obi and who go do second round?
Yeah.
Obi and who go run second round? Who's going to go second round with
I
Obi?
believe that I believe it's going to be between Obi and Tinubu. Because right now, the Southeast, which used to give the Southeast the block vote, is no more in play. The South that gives PDP the block vote is no more in play. So what we are talking about now, who had it? That's why I say it's a Wazobia. Tinubu's block. I am not expecting anybody to go to Southwest, no matter how it is to win Tinubu there. So if Tinubu gets Southwest, and this Obi gets the Southeast and part of the South, then we talk about the Middle Belt, because the Middle Belt and the South are going to determine this election. And in the corners, Kwankwaso, Shetima, and Atiku are going to do their thing over there. Tinubu is also going to be in play because he has some governors in there. So, give and take. I have just told you what is going to be. The front runners are going to be Peter Obi and Tinubu, because Atiku is not going to go nowhere. PDP is already out of this game. People are looking at me like saying I'm crazy, but I'm just telling you that PDP is gone.
All right, brilliant. It was a bit of a baptism of fire.
Please, can you let me ask him a question before you go?
I want to move on from Joel, but before I move on from Joel, Joel, you made a point about the 2019 space. In percentage terms, how much did you think that Obi's slot on that ticket contributed to Atiku's overall votes? So in percentage terms,
immensely. I cannot just say it, but I know that it was 2 points, and at the end of the day, Atiku got about 10 million or so. Now, this is what happened. In 2015, I had somebody talk about the platform. For many of you who didn't know Obi, that was where he launched his first listing was on platform. And that was why when they were having issues with the pastor of that platform, I was like, oh, it shouldn't be. They'll be able to settle it. Because on that platform, you had the likes of Abakoba, you had what is all this? You had a lot of them, the big heads there. They came to that church, and Peter Obi on that platform, and Peter Obi gave a detailed account
on how his stewardship ran in Anambra State. That was coming off when Obiano's, the drunken Obiano and some of his aides were trying to taint his name. And from there, when he started saying what he was saying, if Peter Obi were to be a white man, everybody in Nigeria would be worshiping him. Do you know why? Because most of the things that's happening today, Peter Obi predicted it in 2015. He said it. He was the only governor that asked them to save, and that savings today is one of the biggest issues we are having that is making us to be this way we are in Nigeria. So most of the things happening today, he warned about it. If he were a white man, many of us will bow down to him. One man, thank you very much. And let the next person continue. I'm listening. I'll be at the background.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. It was somewhat of a baptism of fire, that one. You know, they were coming at you from all angles, but you held your own. Well done, Joel. So always a delight in your company, Joel. Stay with us. Let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and then I'll go on from Joel to I'll go to Ajale Koko. So Alexander Gomez super chats to say, and it was to the conversation just with Joel just now. Buhari is the most popular politician in the north since Ahmedu Bello. He's worshipped and revered by the northerners. Joel, come on now. So yes, of course, I think Buhari almost like a religion in the north. He was, but is he still? And even if he's not as revered as he was, he still holds a lot of influence and sway in that space, beyond question. So thank you for that. So let's go on from you, Joe, to Ajale Koko. And Ajale Koko, let's kick it off with you then. The back and forth between the PDP and the APC. The interview, of course, Atiku Abubakar, which was a sleek performance. I'm not sure how impressive it was, but certainly impressive or not, he looked steady, he looked confident, he uttered words that cohered. So all of that, this is now the base level we're having to revert to because of Tinubu. So he did all of that, but a lot of the content of his interview are under debate. So people querying somewhat, people querying somewhat, just what he had to say and if he holds up. So what are you making of this back and forth between Tinubu's camp and Atiku's camp over the interview on Arise, Ajale Koko?
Thank you, woman. Let me say good morning, afternoon, evening to our listeners around the world, and, wherever you are. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. The response of Tinubu, is it Tinubu that really responded, or you said?
No, it was Tinubu's camp.
Okay, yeah. The response of Tinubu's camp to Atiku interview tells me that yes, politics has begun. And I think the reason for doing that is to take over, or rather be in the media space, to keep Tinubu in that media space. Because Atiku interview, whether we like it or not, for some days to come, is going to be an issue in the media space. Analysts will come, analyze, break it down, and x-ray everything that he said, good or bad. They're going to be talking about it. So, but Tinubu camp, being an experienced political camp, jump into that space, fire him so that they can take some share in that media space as well. And that is how it's supposed to be. That is how it's supposed to be. When you see, because both of them, whether we like it or not, are the two biggest parties in Nigeria. And both of them believe that it could go either way. Kwankwaso or OBI'S party, they cannot win presidency, except we are deceiving ourselves. So these two biggest parties are the one that are the strongest player. So Tinubu's camp fire at them, trying to, make an inroad into the space and then make them their response an issue alongside that of Atiku. So that is the way the game is played, and it is expected of them, and they did it. Obi, that was jabbed in that interview by Atiku, is not responding. I don't know why. He and his camp need to respond as well, so that they can be part of the issue too. So, but since yesterday or a day before yesterday, we've not heard anything about them. The Tinubu that was not even mentioned during the interview are jumping into the space and firing at Atiku. So Atiku interview was he touched on so many issues. He talked on the security. He talked on electricity. He talked on the how do I say it? The repackaging of NNPC that was the government called how did they call it? Going private, or or something like that. That is getting out of government control, whereas they are still in control of it. So he said a lot. He positioned his his policy and his agenda for the country, and he looked presidential and he was calm. He looked relaxed. He spoke very well. He didn't slow in his speech. So averagely, I believe he did good. If you want to score him, he did good. You might have some of the topic that he touched that he didn't elaborate much about it. But in overall, I think.
Sorry, Ajanico, was there anyone that he really elaborate on? Was there any question that he really elaborate on? There wasn't anyone.
Well, if you have anyone that you did not elaborate, maybe you can chip in and tell us.
You just telling us that he elaborated on all
that
of
is the
them.
way. That is my own assessment. The only one I can pick.
I'm not gonna keep us here, but most of us already watched it, so I'm
just
saying,
most of us
know that he didn't elaborate on anything. There was no substance.
People going
so
to.
You think there's substance? It's fine, but I just want to quickly tell you there wasn't substance.
Okay, that's fine. That's by your own assessment.
And mine too, by the way. I don't think he just gave us headline answers to everything. And that was why I was in my conversation with Enigmatic. I was discussing if it was a soft sell interview. Oh, Your Excellency, this, and then he'll give them some headline answer, and then they'll move on to the next. They didn't press him. They didn't push him.
Who are you going to blame? Who are you going to blame for that?
Well, it's the media, isn't it?
So what has Atiku done wrong?
But he did not elaborate though on anything. He only gave headline answers.
He doesn't need to. If it's not pushed.
No.
It's the job of the media to push him to elaborate.
I'm sorry to jump in. The issue is that they've already conditioned them. And it's a disgrace to our media. They've already conditioned. This man refused to come to the studio. You went to him to his house. He told you this person is gonna. These are the people that I want. Rufai is not going to be there. They know Rufai. He will never allow Rufai to be there because he knows if Rufai is going to be there, Rufai is going to ask questions. Okay, because I know that most of this is what it was edited. Maybe there are some questions that I even think was edited because it was done on Thursday night. And they presented it on Friday morning. I mean, we are not going to accept that. He should come to the studio, a live studio, and give an interview. You want to be the president of the whole country, 200 million people. don't ask us to come to your house and you sit down in your house and give an interview. That's not right.
Well, strategically, he did it the way that he's supposed to do it. And
not the way they
if the media,
the way
if the media,
that's the way they used to do it, not the way. Angelico, don't say the way they're supposed to do it. That's not the way they're supposed to do it now.
No.
That's
I am saying,
and they want to stay that way, and we shouldn't allow that.
What Ajay Lekoko is saying is that he played to his advantage, Atiku, but the media did not push him back. So it's not obliged to. So if say I want all of this, if they accede to it, then that's their problem. If
that's their problem.
Yeah,
you don't want to, a person who is a leading candidate, you don't want to be talking too much, because from everything that you elaborated, they can pick one thing or the other and use it against you. And I think he fumbled when he was trying to sell himself as a person that started making money when he was in service. That was where I think he fumbled most. It shouldn't have even go that route at all. When he said, oh, when I was posted to Idiroko, and I discovered that, oh, people are using transport, to take people from Idiroko to Kutoni, and they went to get some hire purchase, some vehicle on hire purchase, and he got drivers and he started making money from there. And he said that civil service does not debar anybody, or this civil service allow people to run personal business outside your working place.
So he was doing smuggling, is essentially what he admitted.
So that is where the media supposed to push him harder on, but they didn't. So who are you going to blame? So he fumbled right there, and I was expecting the Dr. Abate and Tubu to jump on him and fire and ask him series of questions, and interrogate him further on that. But they didn't do it. Who are you going to blame? You cannot blame me. But on other issues, he answered the question in a very simple way. Look, let me tell you.
Atiku don't challenge Tinubu for a 1 hour interview, just the way he did. He said he need to do the same interview 1 hour, and if he's very articulated, then he can talk. So there's a challenge out there already. The Atiku camp has thrown shade on Tinubu.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So, but what Atiku did, what I wanted to know is that Atiku answered the question in a very simple way, not too elaborate, simple, straightforward, and he moved on. And that is the way a leading candidate is expected to answer questions. If you are interrogated further, it's a different ballgame. You don't want to show all your capacity or everything you have in stock. So the media right there. So he did it, and it did fairly. It did good. By my own assessment, it did good. Not the best, but at least it did good.
All right. You see, that's good that you said he did, Ajanle Koko. We have to unbundle it in segments. So for him to turn up at all at the studio, given the sort of politics we play in Nigeria, we have to say he did good, which is something we should expect as a standard, but we don't always get. So he did good because that puts pressure then on his opponent, Tinubu, to also make an appearance. So that's good. He was articulate, and he always says he's a well-spoken man, Atiku, and that presented again. That was reaffirmed. So that was good as well. He looked confident and presidential. He dominated the space. So that we want to see. But the content of what he had to say, it was just headlines. It was the titles of a book, not the content of the book. It's the title of the film, not the watching it for 2 hours. It was part stuff. It was soft sell. So it wasn't, nothing came out of it other than him just appearing on the screen. So we are none the wiser about Atiku for that 1 hour interview that we saw. But I think Kulata disagrees, and he disagrees via super chat. He says the interview was a win for Atiku presidential, but I somewhat disagree. But there it is.
Yes, I agree with Atiku. I agree with the Kulata. He dominated the media. He dominated the interviewer, rather. He overwhelmed them instead of them to overwhelm him. That is where Atiku won. So that is where he won. So whether we like it or not, the media failed. So who won between him and the media? He won. He was trying, all he was trying to achieve, everything he was trying to achieve, he achieved it. He was trying to touch on some issues facing the country and the policy, his agenda for the nation, and deliver it. That's it. So let's give it to him. He did good. It's the media that failed. And
right,
what are we going to do?
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to another talking point, Ajan Lekoko.
Excuse me,
I do that,
I have a question.
all right. Okay, go on.
So
who's that? Is that CJ?
Based on the interview, what I'm asking Ajan Lekoko, based on Atiku's interview, what do you think were his plans for Nigeria in terms of policies?
What's your question again? I didn't hear you well.
I said based on the interview, you said he had plans for Nigeria and he was able to convey his plans right through the interview. And then I said, based on that interview, what were you able to pick out that he said, like based on the interview that he said that he would use to like make Nigeria better in terms of policies?
Okay. He talked about the liberalization of the economy, the way it's going to open up the economy. He talked about NMPC. It was opposed to the way that the government declared NMPC as a private entity now. Because according to him, the NMPC is still in the hand of the government. When are they going to sell their shares to the public? It's not no. They didn't make it no. He said everything was done in secret. So he said that is number one. Then number two, he talked on the security. He said he will allow, the direction he was pointing at is that he's going to support state and the local government police. So that is the plan on the security. And what else did he mention? If I can remember, what else did he say? He mentioned...
He said he was going to let the Fulani headsmen continue to ravage the Nigerian state.
No, he didn't say that. What he said the state is the one in control of the state. That the issue of what do you call it? This
open grazing.
Open grazing. He said it's not recognized by the new constitution. He said it was in the old northern constitution. He said open grazing was in the north back then. He said, but the present Nigeria, the constitution we have, does not recognize it. He said we rather leave it to the state to handle it in the best way they know that is good for them.
Well, and based on your assessment and the political situation in Nigeria, based on your assessment and political situation in Nigeria, do you think that the issue of Roga or the headsmen roaming about Nigeria, based on the fact that these people are coming even from outside the country you think that the states are able to handle issues that has to do with border and things like that? You don't think it's broader than the state's issue?
If the state is empowered to have their own police and the local government have their own police, they'll be able to take care of the security. Each state of the
that
federation.
is wrong. That is wrong.
But
that
I thought the federal government is supposed to protect the
no. You don't.
integrity of the nation.
No. Hold on. The job of the military is different from the job of policing.
It's not a matter of military. The customs are there. What are they supposed to do?
Wait.
The immigration are there. What are they supposed to do? Is that not controlled by the federal government?
That is the present situation we have in Nigeria. What he said is that he will agree to state police. He was making reference to America. Americans have 4 level or 5 level of police. They have federal, they have states, they have local government, they have different, and he was pointing in that direction that is what he is going to do. So if we have states controlling the in charge of the police department and they are well armed, most of these problems that we are talking about are police job. It's not even the military job.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko, but that is actually wrong. The headsman issue is a federal issue because, let's say, for instance, 2 neighboring states, one has a relaxed open grazing law and one has a strict open grazing law. So how do you then permutate that? And then the next one before it, and then that has a different set of laws. So how is that managed on a state-by-state basis? It has to be a federal initiative.
No, it is not. According to what he said, is that the constitution we have now does not recognize open grazing. So what does that tell us? It means that what Buhari has been proposing for, or what he was fighting for, open grazing, is illegal.
Okay, but if you say...
Hold on, let me finish.
Hold on, because it's topical, then the government has to take also an existential threat to the Nigerian space. Not only what are the constitution or not, the government at the federal level has to take a strong and decisive position to ban it outrightly. That is what has to happen. It cannot be left to the states because it's impractical and unworkable. Yeah.
We're also forgetting the fact that some of these herdsmen actually cross the border of our country and come into our country to cause mayhem.
Look, if the federal government gets it well, we should be able to control our border. We are not in control of our border now. And that is why you see the influx of these people into our territory.
That's the reason why Atiku, for you to understand that he doesn't really understand the problem of the country. He wasn't able to articulate his points when it was time for him to talk about the security. He was so vague. His interview was barbash. Do we need that?
I will not agree. I will not agree with you in totality. I will not agree with you in totality.
At this point we are, in our heart of heart, let's say the truth. Is that what we want as Nigerians now?
I will not agree with you. My own interpretation to what he said is that
the NNPC, he doesn't even know much about the PIB bill. Someone who's running for the presidency should have asked his boys, his team, to read the PIB, summarize it for him. He doesn't know anything. And this is actually where we derive 80% of the economy of Nigeria is actually based on oil. And then you're telling me that the interview was enough for a Nigeria that is in dire need of survival, that is bleeding every day? Nah. Please, we can't do better than this.
Let me tell you, you can oppose Atiku from today to tomorrow. But what I'm telling you, my own interpretation of what he said on open grazing is that it is illegal and that it was only recognized in the old northern region.
and it's illegal now. And what does that mean when you say it's illegal? It means that his government will not make it happen. That is what it implies. That is what it implies.
I never heard where he said it was illegal. He never said that. He only said that.
Did he say?
No. He only said that it's left for the state to decide. He never said it was illegal. He never said that. You can go and watch it.
Did he not tell you that it was only recognized in old northern region, and that the present situation, the present constitution does not recognize it? Did he not mention that?
Is that the kind of answer he was supposed to give to this kind of question?
Okay, let me tell you this.
What kind of answer?
Let me tell you this.
That is happening in the country.
All right, let Ajanle Koko respond, and then I want to move on from that space. But back to Ajanle Koko.
Let me tell you this. He has, as an experienced politician, he was diplomatic in his messaging. But what you need to get from his message or messages is that it was only recognized in old northern region. Therefore, in the other part of Nigeria, it is not recognized, and the law of the land does not recognize it, which make it illegal impliedly. That is my own interpretation. You can then look at it and say, oh, because it's not say that categorically, it's not making sense. But impliedly and diplomatically, that's the language. That's the message was saying that this is illegal by my own interpretation. You can interpret it different way. So, like I said, I'm not saying he did the best. I'm not saying that it was the best interview, but he was able to do it in a little way. He believed it can touch on issue, and the media that supposed to take on him failed to do that, and they allow him to carry the day. So that is it. So the totality of the interview can be interpreted in so many ways. So,
if you were to score that interview out of 100, how would you grade it, Ajanle Koko?
I will give him 70. 70 over 100. I will give him 70 over 100.
Wama, good evening, sir. If I can be able to respond a little bit before you move forward, sir.
Me too. I give him 70.
All right. So hold on, Tony. Let me acknowledge. Let me acknowledge Jafar's super chat, and then I'll take your response. And then, for reasons of time, I'll go on to Meadowman. So let me acknowledge Jafar's super chat, which has been on the screen for a while. It says, bringing a former vice president to a TV studio requires a lot of logistics in terms of security details. I wonder which media house wants to bother themselves with such preparation. So thank you for the super chat, but I'm not sure that the logistics is anything, because the security details are the security details, which are details to him anyway. He moves around. This guy is all over the place. He's in hotels all the time. He's in nightclubs dancing with babes. So if he has all the security details to move him around, then that can move him to a TV studio. So bringing a former vice president to a TV studio requires a lot of logistics in terms of security details. I wonder which media house wants to bother themselves with such preparation. So thank you for the super chat, Jafar, but I disagree somewhat in totality with the content of it. So let's hear from you, Tony, and then we go on to Meadowman. Tony, good to see you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Long time, so I greet everybody. I've been missing everybody. And everybody on the comment section, please, just stop up for me today, because long time I will not be appearing, and then I have not been so impressed with the record of likes. So I hope that you do that for me today, So, Yeah, man. What's up, man? Yeah. So, but
Tony,
you know,
you go vote for Idausa. You go vote for Idausa, Tony.
Oh, but there's my brother. You say no. There's no election. You know, basically. But hold on, my brother. Ovie.
You know, vote for Idausa. Yeah, but
wait now. Wait, you pack your easier for your neck. So if you get easier there, if you get easier for your neck, before you talk to me.
Yes, now. My name now Ovie.
I come. Make I no go forget what I want to talk to. So, my people, the only people that run the things in Nigeria right now should be amongst us that are living abroad. Anybody that has spent 3 or more years in abroad is qualified to be the president, senate, or whatever, every position in Nigeria. Anybody that has PhD in Nigeria right now, those people that are sleeping with professors to get their degrees are not qualified. That is why. So if we go back in history, those them Awolowo, Inahoro, and Co. They all went abroad and saw how things were running before they come out, to replicate all the whole things at home. So then back to the question of the interview. This guy performed 0 yesterday. So and then I want to beg Ajani Koko. I want to tell you, you are living in the USA. So do you think that a USA presidential candidate will say that as a custom officer, a government officer, having 4 vehicles to be ferry people around between the 2 borders, which means corruption, that means ferry contrabands and getting bribe? You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's enough to qualify this guy, but so to disqualify this guy, and the police should come into the studio yesterday to pick this guy up and sentence him to life imprisonment for having 4 vehicles. I mean, he said this by himself, that I'm a custom officer, that's how I make my money. I have 4 vehicles, and then I have drivers, and then I used to travel between these borders. My God, that is open stealing. Only, Ovie, you know now. I mean, only. So, look at that one.
Well, brilliant. Well put. And
Tony GPT, okay, I agree with you. Sometimes your Benin will be like one day you come from Musen. Which part of Benin you really come from?
No, it's not so important. Say it's difficult for me to say where I'm coming from because I'm Yoruba, I'm Benin, I'm Isha, I'm Urobo, I'm Isoko, I'm Calabar. But I'm not an Awusama. I'm not an Awusama. I'm not from Jaffa place.
All right, thank you now, please.
Let me make this point before you go, one man.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I said it here, that election we are going to have here, in 2023, is going to be similar to what we had in 1979, where we had Northerners, political juggernaut in the north, 3 of them in the north, in the presidential race, and they share the north among themselves. I mentioned about Alhaji Waziri Ibrahim, the leader of GNPP, Alhaji Aminu Kano, leader of PRP. He had 2 states. GNPP, I think they had 1 state or 2. I can still remember, I think maybe 1 or 2. And Shagari had like 3 states or 4 states over there. I can't remember. So, Awolowo from the west cleared all the Yoruba land. Azikiwe from the east cleared all the east. Who won at the end of the day? Shagari won because Shagari was able to make inroad into the south-south. What we know today as south-south, all the rivers, Calabar and all this, they cleared it. And that was what gave Shagari the winner. This time around, I'm confirming, I'm telling you guys again, you are going to have Atiku and Kwankwaso and Tinubu breaking the north into pieces. And whoever won the south-south will carry Nigeria. History has a way of repeating itself. It's going to repeat itself this time around. Obi is not in contention in the north. You guys need to know that. It's not in contention. So, Kwankwaso that you are underrating, Kwankwaso is in contention in the north. And Kwankwaso is the only party that is fighting the two dominant parties in the north. There is no other party. So it's going to share some of these states with them in the north. And then whoever wins the South-South,
are you there?
Though he ended up at the court for 12 to 3rd, so we didn't have rerun then, but now this is what we are having. We are going to have rerun. It might lead into rerun, according to what United States. They have studied the political atmosphere in Nigeria, and that is why they are looking at it that might end up in. And when it end up in rerun, we are going to have the two leading party, then the following party, the two followers. They have to collapse their party. They have to align with either of these two parties. That is the way we are going to see. And I'm seeing Obi collapsing that party in support of Atiku. And that is what is going to happen. That's the way I see it. Maybe it's not going to happen like that, but that's my own permutation. And that's the way I see it, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, well put. Thank you, Ajani Koko. It's only really for reasons of time, but let me go on to Meadowman. Meadowman, are you still there? Okay, we don't have brilliant. So thank you, Meadowman. So Meadowman, let me take you to this space then. The impact that the obedient movement is having on the 2023 presidential election, it is not to be ignored, and it's certainly not to be dismissed. So a lot of people have tried to be derisory about it, but it is a phenomenon that is here to stay and is having impact. It is the Americans speaking. They sent two parties to go and assess the latest development in Nigeria, and they've returned to say that in a press conference in Abuja that the anticipation is what we call a rerun, which they call a runoff, so that no winner will emerge in the first round, and there will be a runoff or rerun. So do you agree with this runoff rerun narrative? And if you do agree, who will be the last two standing? How do you think it will permutate to put a person on the Aso seat? Meadowman.
Yeah, thank you, one man. One man, do you have a cold or something?
Yes, I have a bit of a flu. You can hear it in my voice, can't you?
Yeah. Get that. Yeah.
But one man, get better.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go and drink something or the
One man, who you kiss so you get flu?
I think it's just going around. I think the kids picked it up from school and then they spread it around the house. So that's what's going on.
You're trying to lie against the kids now.
You know, it got so bad. It got so bad that they said don't bring them in on Friday. You know,
okay.
But
and even this weather, the waves, the heat waves going on there is another problem too. Can make somebody sick as well.
Can you believe that on Friday, Ajahn Lekoko, we eventually had to get ourselves to the living room because it was so hot, and then we had to put duvets on the floor and sleep on the floor, Nigeria style. You just couldn't sleep in the rooms. The fans, everything, it was baking.
No air conditioner.
Wow.
Well, what I did was I went and bought what they said an air cooler, which they say is more efficient than an air conditioner, but it was rubbish. You know, we had four fans running, the air cooler on, and the place was just like the whole upstairs was just baking hot. So we just had to come. It's awful, man, awful. You know?
God save us.
Especially bad for people that have a lot of fat in their body. One man.
Well, there you are. So and you couldn't resist, could you, Meadowman? You couldn't resist. There you are. And I was thinking you were showing concern. So you were leading me on. Back to you. Yeah. So Peter Obi and his runoff. What chances there?
Yeah. Well, I I do agree with their calculations. If the election is free and fair in terms of people, going to vote and being allowed to vote, and the machines work fine, and at least 90% of the votes or 80% of the votes are computed, and they go through, I see that is a possibility, because it's actually easy to make this calculation. If you look at the geopolitical spread of in Nigeria right now, Tinubu takes the southwest, Obi takes the southeast. The south is up for grabs, but up for grabs between essentially Atiku and Obi. Now you go to the north. The northwest will be Kwankwaso and Atiku plus Tinubu. So that one will be torn apart, and the northeast somewhat the same thing too. But I think Atiku will have an upper hand if I go by Atiku's performance in the last election in the whole far north. Then you come down to the middle belt. I think Atiku will take the middle belt, but I think Obi will have a slide there, just like Tinubu will also have a slide there. But I think Atiku will take the middle belt. So I was listening to a Jellicoe and Baraja Anna. How about this?
Yeah, I did. How you day, Mr. Middleman?
I did.
The most gentleman in the whole world. My best friend in the whole world. My best friend.
Maybe Mike be your best friend before. You don't think?
I thought that Mike is your own best friend, though.
Where our brother Mike?
Go and bring him now. Where's your Mike? We miss Mike now.
It's Mike.
Yeah, I'm going to join them in that empty head from Edo platform where they all empty head from Edo. And they just say it's a pepito, no, not pepito, but it's just there so dumb. But carry on.
Yeah. So I was listening to a Jellicoe and he was saying whoever wins the South takes it. Now, what I wanted to ask him is, what if Peter B wins the South? So what happens?
I don't see Peter Obi winning the South. You know why? I will tell you why. Because when the East and the South are not in the same party, the South doesn't vote for Eastern candidate. Because now they are not in the same party. Obi is the South candidate. I mean, the Southeast candidate. South, they are the only region that is on the fence that are looking now. They don't have anybody at play. And historical fact show that wherever you see that they will always align with whoever they believe that can win the election. They will not align with the West. The only time that they voted for the Western candidate was when during the Abiola time. They voted for Abiola. The East did not vote for Abiola. Only Anambra voted, but the rest of the states in the East did not vote for Abiola. So they will always go to candidates that they see that is poised towards winning. And Atiku has been their friend has been their political ally for a long time. So Atiku looks good for winning South-South to me. But I still put it at play because you never know what is going to happen in politics. The way the politics in Nigeria and our political evolution now is taking a new dimension, and that is why I'm still putting it at play. But it looks better for Atiku than any other candidate in the race, according to my own assessment.
Yeah, okay, but I agree with you somewhat, but not totally. I think there is a chance that Peter Obi might win the South with a small margin, but he might win. Yeah, that is, if you sum up, if you would look at the South as a block, not by states. If you total it up, he might win by a small margin. But
can you tell me the states Peter Obi will win Southside?
Middleman, you know that if this problem with Atiku is having with what do you call Wike, when they settle that problem, Akwa Ibom and other states and everybody jump on board, they will win. PDP will win South because they are more aligned to PDP than any other party. It is not internet that win election.
No, I'm not
saying that. It is the structure on the ground. Yes. It's the structure and the all in that place, all of them are PDP. You know that. So for somebody to come and take over that place from them, it's going to be very hard.
Yeah. In any case, I think Obi will take a good chunk of vote from the South.
Oh yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. We take, but it will not win South.
Yeah, well, it's a tricky one anyway.
It's just like the same role that Kwankwaso is going to play in the north. You know, Kwankwaso is going to disrupt the vote in the north between these two biggest parties. Yeah, so the same thing Obi is going to play in the South because, I mean, your neighbors is close to, I mean, Igbos are closer to the South people too. So the Obi influence will spread there as well. But to carry the whole of South is going to be difficult because PDP is grandly is a party to beat over there, and they will fight to finish to retain their presence in that region. You know.
Yeah. But like I was saying the other day, even in the southeast, some PDP candidates, the locals still like their candidates, even those in PDP. Their problem is with the party, especially in the southeast. Their problem is with the presidential candidate. They still like their Labour Party. I don't see Labour Party winning any governorship seat in the southeast, but Obi will carry the whole votes there, and that is how they've always voted. They vote differently between the national election and their local election. But anyway, if one man, if he goes to a runoff, I see Atiku and Tinubu more realistically. I see Atiku and Tinubu at the runoff.
Okay, if we limit it to the four then that are the front runners, where do you then see first? Because of course, they don't carry the votes, but they carry the support. So where do you see first Kwankwaso packing his support in a runoff between Tinubu and Atiku?
I still think Kwankwaso will do just like Tambuwal did. I don't see him going with Tinubu. I still see him as a PDP man somewhat, and I still see him doing the same thing Tambuwal did in the primaries. So I think Kwakwanso might go with Atiku. I could be wrong. Could be the other way.
Do you know Atiku and Kwakwanso's problem? Do you know Atiku stopped Kwakwanso from being a minister, but the insistence of Obasanjo prevailed?
Yeah, but
they have a long time beef. That those two men.
You know political calculations. If I was Kwankwaso, and then you have now Atiku and Tinubu, what will I think? Who do I think will win? Because if Tinubu will win this election, it has to be in the first round. If he goes to a runoff, his chances get slimmer. Because whatever
do you actually think it's going to go to runoff? Do you believe it will go to runoff? Do you think so?
Yeah.
Or you're just saying it because you want to say it?
I don't think it's going to run off. I think there's a possibility for that because the dynamics of the Nigerian politics of this political cycle is very, very different from what we have seen at least in the last 40 years. So
I think one man should do something from next week. Maybe he should do a round robin session for everybody. Maybe he can have a pen and paper, and then he can pin everybody's idea and what will come out. Because I can say it, Nigeria knows those oligarchs, they know the next president already, and they know what they are doing. So all this runoff or whatever, I don't even want to. It's not even going to happen.
Yeah,
bro,
but
it's not even going to happen. At the end of the day, it's still going to be Atiku and Tinubu, and between the two of them, they know the president already amongst them. So forget about all these.
All the permutations lend to a runoff. For them to fulfill the electoral requirements to be president.
Yeah, because they have to get the 2/3 of the states. So how is if Tinubu is not going to win any state in the south, and southeast? Southeast even less.
What is the percentage he should win in each state? It must
25%. 25%.
Okay, and you think Tinubu will not make 25% in each state in southeast? Are you saying that?
It's not.
In the southeast, it's not. It's not.
Tinubu is number 3. Number in terms of the southeastern votes. Tinubu is number 3, overwhelmingly Peter Obi, and then secondarily PDP. And
but one man, have you ever thought about the possibility of Peter Obi? Have you ever thought about the possibility of even Peter Obi himself, right? Because the way I see it at the end of the day, I know he has a very strong advantage in the southeast. But regardless of that, when it comes to the real politics, when the game starts, this is not an isolated election like Osun, all these off-season elections. This will be general election that all governors will focus on their states. When that day comes, things will happen. And if you have to be 25%,
let me tell you.
Listen, bro, just let me land.
What is Tinubu going to get 25% in the southeast? Who will vote for him?
Let me tell you. You see, even the governors, even the APC governors in the southeast, if they have any leverage there, they are not going to jeopardize it because of Tinubu, because they know he's not going to convince his people. And it is when you force that on that constituency there, especially those people there, you are pushing them the other way. So what they are going to do?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Can you expatiate? Because basically, Tinubu, APC has never won an election in Southeast, and they are still in power up to now, regardless of the fact of the new trajectory of Peter Obi and the third force that we are seeing, quote and unquote. But at the end of the day, and APC, they know their strength already, and that's why you see. Even I don't even think APC.
But you can't say regardless of the trajectory of the new forces now, because it is the new force that is changing the permutation, isn't it? Kwakwanso will have an impact in the north, which will
Kwakwanso will work. I know I may be saying this wrongly to maybe those who are supporting Kwakwanso, but when the ships are down, when this thing gets to a certain level, Kwakwanso will collapse his structure for who he wants to collab, and he knows already.
Okay, if
that's
that happens,
already.
if that happens, the
That's a
calculations
fact.
change. But let that happen first.
Yeah,
That's
but
a given
as
already.
it stands now, if Peter Obi, which we all agree will take the chunk of the southeast, that's a huge amount of votes out of the electoral space. If Kwakwanso takes Kano State, which is because the big wins are Kano and Lagos. If he takes Kano State and one or two other satellite states, then the scramble for the rest is not making anybody president.
So you too, one man believe there will be a runoff. Do you believe that, or you think that?
I think it is maybe possible, not probable, or maybe even probable. But it's not something you should dismiss.
I will be the odd man out. Okay, I want you to put my name to it today. There will be a clear winner in this election. You can put that to my name.
Yeah, there will be a clear winner.
Yeah, there will be a clear winner, and there will be no rerun. That's my own. That's my call. No rerun, and there will be a clear winner at the first shot of this election. That's my call for that.
Thomas did something similar on this platform, and he regretted it.
And that's why I say, one man. That's why I say you can put my name on this, and if there's anybody who wants to challenge this, we can do that on financial level. I'm serious. There's no runoff in this election. There will be a first shot winner.
No disappear like Mike.
No, I'm not. No, one man will be the referee. One man will hold the money for us.
Let me say something.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
I don't know where you're getting your.
Don't worry, bro. Just you can hold your own thought frame to yourself if you are sure of it. I'm sure of mine, and I'm holding firm to it.
No, you cannot be sure. You know, there's a naivety. There's a naivety.
Okay.
You are ignoring totally the new dynamics that is in play to stick with our traditional.
This Peter Obi said, at the end of the day, Peter Obi may be this when the show come to Peter Obi and the Southeast. Do you know Southeast eventually? You saw what happened in Osun the last week. What were they saying? Instead of focusing on their own woeful performance, they were jubilating for PDP. PDP is a natural habitat. PDP their natural habitat is Southeast and South. So if anything comes to at the end of the day,
saying Peter Obi will collapse his structure.
No, I'm not saying he was going to collapse his structure for that, but he knows his boss and he knows his leader. At the end of the day, when the politics come to a certain level, men will know men and they will do some certain things.
No other certain level.
Okay.
You like to.
But I've taken my stand already on that, and I'm standing with it. And I want one man to record that on me.
It has been recorded. I think
yes, it's been recorded. Please, one man, record it. Please, I'm begging you, record it for me, please.
Can I make
one man, please let me help this guy. Not true. It's true, one man. Because what he said is correct. That because we have to consider that we are not, in Germany or in England. That those people are going to write the result. They already know who is going to be the president. And then Tinubu is going to be the president.
All right, brilliant. Let's have okay.
Enigmatic. I don't know how you are doing your permutation and how you are arriving. I know that you are going in the direction of Tinubu. Tinubu will win at the first round. That's not going to be the wrong. All the how do they call all this election we are seeing? There's a way they describe it.
By-elections.
But all this by-election, the Osun, the Ekiti, and all the rest. If you look at all the elections being held recently, PDP won more on ballot than APC. We have the Osun. We have which other one that was held recently?
Ekiti.
The Ekiti. No, that one is for APC. I'm talking of the one that PDP won. We have the Osun.
Osun. They won Osun now.
Yeah, they won Osun, and
APC won Ekiti.
APC won Ekiti, but there are some other ones that.
Anambra.
Abga won. And you see,
take us to the point.
If you look at all the governors, even though that APC have more governors, but go and look at all the governors that move. They move from PDP to APC. They are not ballot elected governors for APC. That's to tell you that APC have a big challenge ahead of them in this coming election. And APC is a party that is riddled with crisis now, particularly in the north, across the northern country, northern space. We have seen what happened in in Kano. We've seen what happened in Kebbi. We've seen what happened in Bauchi. They're all moving to PDP. So for you to say, oh, there's not going to be the run at this thing, APC is going to win at the first. This is not Buhari election.
Yes, that is what
this
I wanted
is not
to
Buhari
say.
election. Buhari factor is not coming to play in the north this time. This is not Buhari election. This is Tinubu. The people, the Talakawas that were crazy about Buhari that time, Buhari is not in contest. It's going to be a different ballgame. So let us look at this thing objectively and do our permutation in such a way that we won't look too much one-sided, as if one person will just win it all and nothing is going to, that cannot be any disruption or no, it's not going to happen this time.
The reading of the election is too tight for anybody to be categorical in the way you are being.
But
back to you, Medoman.
That was why I was asking him where his confidence was coming from. I mean, even if Buhari raises Tinubu's hand in the north, it's impossible. It has never happened to transfer one's vote to another person. And we have to also consider the fact that Atiku is a northerner. At the end of the day, he's a northerner, and even in his interview, he has shown that Shetima is is northerner and northerner. Shetima is a northerner Kanuri, and he is a northerner Fulani, and he thinks because of that, his people will vote for him. If Shetima's people vote for him, his people, the Fulanis, will vote for him. And when he says Fulanis, he will normally include Hausas there. So categorically affirming that Tinubu will win is too optimistic for me, man. It could happen, but it's not something anybody can actually guarantee.
In an outright win, Meadowman, what do you imagine the margins to be? Do you imagine it will be in 7 figures, that is to say in the millions, or in 6 figures, which is to say in the hundreds of thousands? So what do you imagine the winning margin would be in 2023?
I imagine it will be in the thousands. I imagine it will be in the thousands, but in the upper, almost a million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I
like 700,000-800,000 thereabouts.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with you, because I cannot see that anybody is winning this election by millions. It will be in the 100,000s. I put it at between 4 to 6, but I'll go with your 7, 8. But certainly, I don't see anybody a winning margin of 1 million plus.
Yeah, because if you, no matter how strong Tinubu is in the north, you have to consider Atiku's last performance in the north. He didn't perform that badly, against Buhari, and Buhari was the sitting president, and everything worked for Buhari. Even the central bank and everything. So we have to put that into all these calculations. And okay, there was a question you also asked, what if it goes down to a rerun and you have Atiku and Tinubu about Kwakwanso? I was saying I imagine Kwakwanso going towards Atiku, and just because I think he will go the Tambuwal way. And the reason I think that is not just because he's a northerner or the other one is his brother. No. If I was Kwankwanso, I will make the calculation. Who wins in this rerun? Now, Tinubu will still get the same votes he got in the Southwest. He will still get he will still get swallowed in the Southeast and South. The same vote he got in the South, in the Middle Belt, will still be the same. And in the Northwest, if he gets Kwankwaso's vote in the Northwest, will it be enough to offset the because Peter Obi will transfer his votes to Atiku? That's for sure. If it goes down to a rerun, so will he be able to outnumber those votes? I don't think so. So Kwakwanso will want to be on the winning side. That's the only reason I think he would tilt somewhat, maybe towards Atiku.
And where do you suspect Peter Obi will tilt? Where would he pack his support in a runoff?
He will tilt to his organ now.
His boss now.
Yes, now he will tilt. There's a natural swing.
Who be that Oga, my middle friend? Who be that Oga?
He said it now. My Oga, welcome to
My boss, my leader. He's referring to Atiku now.
Middleman, one middleman to say it loud so I can hear from my good friend. Say it now.
Went to Mo Voice and said, I came to visit my Oga.
you know who Peter Obi reminds me of, Meadowman. It reminds me of David Beckham, because have you ever heard David Beckham, the footballer, speak?
Yeah.
When the first time I heard him, I was shocked, So, but there it is. But there it is. But I somewhat don't agree with you fully on your permutation. I think Kwakwanso will pack his support with Tinubu, but I agree that Peter Obi will go with his boss.
Yeah.
But one man, put it beside my name. Put it beside today, 23rd, is it 23rd of July, right? 2022. I've made my call. Put it beside my name, and whoever wants to challenge it, I'm ready. I've made my call. That's it.
One man, your permutation that Kwankwaso will pack up for Tinubu. Who is going to be the leader of the party in Kano between Kwankwaso and Shekarau and Ganduje? If he has to go to APC, who is going to be the leader from Kano?
Well, I don't know about that.
Okay,
he doesn't. It doesn't have to go to APC. It doesn't have to go to APC. He only needs to just pack his votes, and then the next election he holds firm again, so he can get some dollars whenever they start sharing votes comes. So it's just in a position to sell himself.
If he has to go if he has to tilt towards a candidate.
Yeah, man. All he will say is direct his Kwakwansia boys to vote Tinubu and then come back to NMPP. And next election, if he'll sell his votes again. He can't win. He can't be president. Let's get it far.
Do you know why they left APC?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Okay, you need to go and investigate that to know whether they are going to work with
I know, because he told us when he left. He said that he was being taken along by Ganduje. That he wasn't being referenced. He wasn't being deferenced, and decisions and consultations were taken outside of his influence. It felt that he wasn't relevant in Kano State. And to say who has charge of Kano State if he packs his support with Tinubu, I don't think he'll be packing the support with Tinubu for Kano State. He'll be packing by my own reckoning. He'll be packing his support with Tinubu for influence at the federal level. So maybe Tinubu will either give him a senior position within Aso Rock itself, or give him nominees for a couple of portfolios or something of that nature. But I don't think it will be for who leads Kano State or not, but that's just what I think,
Well, let's see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, you all see how interesting this election is.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it this way, one man. PDP will look good for him because PDP is weak now. Kwankwaso is the power behind PDP in Kano, and he still have his position in Kano till tomorrow. So if he want to work with Atiku, surely is guarantee for him that he will take over the control of the party in Kano.
And in the north. And
in the north, he will still have it. But what is the purpose of, collapsing your party to APC when somebody else will benefit more than you? Ganduje will benefit from it. Somebody that is a political foe. Somebody that.
Why did he leave? Why did he leave PDP?
Because my idea is that
because Ganduje is a political foe. Ganduje have done everything to destroy him. He never paid him his gratuity and pension. He has recommended him to what do you call it? What do you call that? Anti-corruption EFCC. So for him aligning with APC will benefit Ganduje, but whereas what they are after now for him and Shakarao is to destroy this thing politically in Kano, and they will never stop their efforts in destroying, in bringing Ganduje down. If not to support Tinubu, will let them achieve that. They will not support it because Ganduje have destroyed both men, have tried everything to destroy those two men politically in Kano because he was a governor there. So it's going to be very interesting. But let's keep watching, sir.
All right, brilliant. Let's get back to Meadowman.
To buttress your point too, if you look at the PDP, you have few sharks in the PDP from the south, and you don't have any big shark from the PDP that comes from the north, except Atiku. So if he tilts towards Atiku, and Atiku eventually becomes the president, it helps him build that Buhari-like, because I still suspect that Kwankwaso wants to be the next Buhari. The North always has this one champion for the past 30 years, and Buhari is going to retire.
Do you not think it's the natural successor for Buhari?
It is not clear. It is not. He's trying to be, but it's not clear. He doesn't have the spread yet. So, somebody can come and if he doesn't
The only other person that could challenge him is Governor Zulum, but he's a Kanuri man.
So he has to consolidate. You see what Buhari has brought to this country. Now we know who is Kanuri and who is Fulani and who is how. You see, we didn't know all these things, and we didn't even care.
We just count them as Mala. That's back in the day. They're just Mala.
No. If this was like 5 years ago, I wouldn't even know or care whether Atiku is a Fulani man. So, but see where the man this administration has brought us. We know who Kanuri is, and we know where their influence, stops. So Kwankwaso is looking to become that next undisputed champion in the north, and with Buhari's retirement, he really wants that spot. So if Ganduje is a challenge in Kano State, I don't think he's going to pitch tent with API. Well, that is what I think. What do I know? These people they think years ahead of all of us. Never mind we young heads just wasting our time talking here.
All right, but it's fun though. Talking, you know, all this talk that we talk, we don't really know anything, no, because by the time it lands now, we just say, oh, well, you know, that's a surprise, you know. But a lot of people, they're still anticipating, Middleman, that there's something coming in this election which we cannot quantify and we do not know, but there's a sense of a dark cloud in the foreboding that nobody can pin down. I'm not sure if you get that sense as well, that there's an element in the mix that we have not yet identified.
I really don't think it's something necessarily negative or bad, but something different. I just feel it, you know, something different. It could be bad, it could be, you know, not so bad, but there's something different about the atmosphere right now. That even though we know an election is coming, even though we know who the contestants are, it's still somehow foggy somehow, you know. So yeah, I get that feeling sometimes.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Meadowman. So Meadowman 4-time. Let me go on from you to Brownberry. So Brownberry, to you. Are you there, Brownberry? All right. Let's go to.
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So,
Yes.
so to the conversation, your contribution. We're talking about the third force now, that now seems to be no longer a phenomenon, but a real thing that is to be contended with. So, are you? Sorry, where are you? There's a lot of static. But are
Oh, really? Hold on. Let me. I'm in the backyard. Let me just take off my distance. Hold on.
All right. This is what you see. That's just the difference between America and the UK.
Go
Right
ahead. Go
there.
ahead.
It's in the backyard though, but we will say we're
Yeah,
in the garden. All right.
I'm just doing my stuff here at the back. Okay, go ahead.
All right. I was just asking about the possibility of a rerun. Do you anticipate it, and how do you see it playing out?
You know, this election, I'm tired of coming to say, oh, Tinubu is going to win this state. Atiku is going to win this state, because I think we should just keep keep our saliva and wait. February is almost here. Rerun, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be rerun. You know, I don't hope there would be any. I don't hope to see rerun, because it's going to bring up another backstabbing again. You know, because someone was saying that Atiku, if there is rerun, and if Atiku and Tinubu is ahead, that Peter Obi might give his vote to Atiku. That might not happen. You know, he might give it to Tinubu. Who knows?
It's highly unlikely that it would, though.
Oh, I know. That's what we're seeing right now. He nominated him in 2019 to be his vice president.
I don't see Southeasterners voting for Tinubu. I'm sorry. I just don't see it.
No, we are not talking about the voting. We are talking about if it comes to rerun.
Yeah, if Peter will be telling his voters to vote for Tinubu, they hate Tinubu. They will never vote for Tinubu.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's how rerun really goes. I was thinking, it's just gonna say, let my vote go to this guy. Now I understand. I know that's how rerun goes. That's how it went in Osun last time. Yeah, if it's gonna be like that, I don't see the Southeast or South voting for Tinubu. You know, but South some they might split South. But Southeast, I don't see Southeast voting for nothing ever.
All right, and to Wike still making threats that is about to drop a bombshell. So, what do you think he has to offer? And is this just empty noise? Is this the usual?
It's not.
Are you getting fed up of Wike even?
Not at all. I think he should keep agitating. He should keep agitating, because in this life, nobody's, like they said, they are born to rule, and nobody's born to rule. You know, we will get there. We will juggle for it, and whoever wins. You know, for people to just think that, if you are my friend, I don't know if I will ever forgive. I'm not God. If I've done so much for you, stood by you, and at the end of the day, it just went ahead and just okay, let me give this, let me give my vote to this guy. I mean, I don't think Wike should close his mouth, keep talking, and should let people know that these people, they are betrayer and they are hypocrite and they are power drunk.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Branberry. Branberry, let me go on from you to let me go to Kulata. Let me go to Obina. Sorry, not to Kulata, but to Obina. Obina, you've been so quiet. I thought you left us. So let me go to Obina. So Obina, good of you to stay. So Obina, so to the thing there, let me take you to where we started off, Obina, and we kicked it off with the back and forth between the Tinubu and the Atiku camp. So firstly, you've seen the Atiku interview. What did you make of the performance and the criticism coming from Tinubu, his camp, and the counter back from Atiku, inviting Tinubu to repeat what he just did, to do a 1 hour sit-down interview? So all of that are cat fight between the septuagenarians.
Yeah, so thank you very much again for the opportunity. So I think it's going to be this, will I say, like a semi-dirty game, a media game between the two. So I would just say it's bad move on the part of Tinubu. Well, what I would have advised him to do is wait till you have the opportunity, then reply him there, rather than sit down wherever you are and start trashing everything that he said, So wait for your opportunity. They will give you the opportunity to ask. They will ask questions for you to rebut. Like they will give you opportunity for rebuttal for all the things that maybe Atiku said. Atiku didn't really attack him per se, except for the fact that he talked about the Muslim stuff. So what he would have done is wait for his opportunity, then he can reply him, rather than staying there and trying to trash everything that he said. But I see them playing those kind of games. The person who most likely will not play that kind of game is P2B. You know that P2B rarely, anytime he's asked questions about what somebody says, he tries to focus on the issue and not the person. So that P2B doesn't play those kind of politics. So the people who will be playing dirty per se will be PDP and APC and but in terms of performance, I think the game is just started. Atiku is calm. I think he's calmer, and this has shown in even the way he started this campaign for this season. He has, as time has gone, a lot must have changed. Because you will just see that maybe so many things that you did last time didn't pay off. So he's a lot calmer than usual, So maybe there's something we don't know that he knows that,
Did you watch the interview?
Yes, I've watched some part. I've not watched everything yet, but
Do you think he had substance, the interview, or was it just glitz and glamour?
For now, I would say he did paparazzi more of that matured father. He's the matured one, very calm in the game. And he's, I'll still say it has started. So it's not, for now, I would say that, okay, he had opportunity maybe he was in his house. So he was more relaxed, as against going to the studio or being the one they did last in 2019 or 2018 or thereabout with Kadiri or something like that. So the environment has a part to play. He was more relaxed. He answered a lot of questions, but the way he answered them, especially with Wike was, in a matured way. He doesn't reply to people. He's just calm. So I don't know. There's something might be behind his calmness.
Do you think after the Atiku interview, Tinubu is outside of his choice now? He must do an interview. But do you think in terms of physical and mental well-being, Tinubu can endure or survive a 1 hour interview? Do you think Tinubu has it in him to do what Atiku did?
Well, Well, I think so. The thing is, so the health of anybody is normally, what I say is divine. I don't really try to maybe trash somebody because of their health per se. Like health, someone not being fine or being fine is not their fault, you know. So yes, all of them are growing old, but you know, everybody reacts differently to old age, you know. So Tinubu's own might be different, you know, Atiku's own might be different, you know, so you don't know what they're dealing with.
Yeah, but from what, sorry, Obina, but from what you have seen of Tinubu in recent times, both in his physical and mental presentation, do you think he can survive an interview with, let's say, Abati and Tudun? Will he understand the question even, or will they even understand his answers? Saying agbado to everything.
Well, no, Tinubu is not Buhari. I mean, Tinubu is a sharp man. It's just that maybe old age has taken over. If you look at Tinubu of how many years ago, it was different. It's just old age. Tinubu is, I mean, I've not had, Tinubu hasn't said something that people don't understand. Maybe he might bluff in terms of saying, oh, the youth will be soldiers, will be employed to be soldiers, this kind of bluffing that will make him come back and now, and refute or try to withdraw those kind of statements. But it's not like he would talk out of point or out of sense. He's not. I don't think he's in the category of, you know, his. Yes, I think he has. He might have. They might maybe during the interview they will have breaks. You know that those interviews that you're looking at, they do editing after everything. Even people that are, well, you know, like very healthy, no issues. I don't think anybody can sit down 1 hour just like that without any break. They will still, even the people interviewing them, they will still have break, but they will edit it. You wouldn't know that they have break. You know,
I'm sitting down 6 hours without break. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah, that's you, right? But those guys, yeah, they are structured. They will have break. They will have an opportunity to drink water and everything. You know, they will have break. They'll have breaks. Those guys, and especially when it's the elderly guys too. No, they will give them opportunity to have breaks. So if that is the case, then I think he will still be able to scale through. Yeah. So, but yeah, I don't see him not scaling through, and I don't see him not speaking to. Tinubu is not a don, so forget it. Tinubu is so all these issues, like I know someone mentioned earlier that this is a lie. Yeah, the issues of certificate and everything. I think there's something behind him not wanting to release his certificate. But Tinubu once occupied a very top spot in Mobile, and in order for you to be in Mobile, you need to. They normally verify this kind of things. So it's not that they don't have certificate, but there might be reasons not for them not to want to bring it out. Maybe there's something they're hiding that we don't know. But so those guys, they have so someone like Tinubu, yeah, while I'm not a fan of him, but I won't deny that, you know, yeah. So, but in terms of sitting through an interview that they arrange, they would arrange it in such a way that maybe it would be convenient for him. Maybe his handlers will let them know these are the conditions and all that, and you won't know. By the time they present it to you, you will not know that they had break. You get, there's a way they can edit it, you won't even know. You will just think that, oh, it was a whole 1 hour session and everything. So never can tell.
Do you find, I'm not sure if you've had the time to read it or you heard me reading it out, but do you find the criticism of the article interview by the Tinubu's camp somewhat petty? They labored going through Abraham Lincoln's history in America, and that was their criticism, calling Atiku uneducated, even though he's better educated than Tinubu.
That's
childish somewhat.
Yeah, to me that's childish. To me that's very childish. I think they need to stick to the issues and stop looking for opportunity to attack. If somebody has done something, you go and do your own, and in the process of doing your own, then you can reply him. But to sit down and now try to trash every point that he raised, you know, he came out, this is his time to speak, then you get your time to speak and you have the opportunity to respond to all the stuff that you want to respond to. But it's not like someone sat down and was attacking the APC camp. people should start looking at how to face the issues. Anytime that Peter Obi is asked a question, he always drives them away from people-based questions to the issues. You link it to how does this resolve unemployment? How does this do this? So that's what people should be focusing on. Focus on the issues. I think that's what they need to focus rather than individual.
People like drama in politics, so all
Yes.
this. So Peter Obi, he has to get dirty sometimes. So,
yes.
You not agree?
Yeah. Well, is it for Peter to get dirty?
Yeah, for him to get dirty, he has to roll in the gutter a little bit with them. Oh. He can't be clean cut all the time.
Yes, it can be clean cut, but you can't also be in the same level with them so that they don't see you as the same, because the brand that Peter B is selling is that I'm different from these guys. So you can't be seen to be the same at the end of the day,
All right, brilliant.
Yeah.
Let me take you to the space then. Since we are already on the Peter Obi narrative, the United Nations the United States, rather, they somewhat agree with you that Peter Obi an entity. So they've gone to do their numbers in Nigeria, and they've concluded then that there's a third force now in play against the traditional stalwarts. And those the third force they've identified as Peter Obi. They've identified that third force as the emergence of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso. And they are permutating that this may well lead to a rerun. So do you see that as a viable thing?
Well, yes. The reason I see a rerun is the fact that because of the requirements for being declared winners, for an election, especially in Nigeria, the requirements again talks about having to vote in places where they didn't win, at least in 20 states or thereabout. But anyway, the way that the calculation is for someone like Kwakwanso, for instance, Kwakwanso is going to be pulling a lot of weight in the northwest area, especially Kano and most likely Jigawa State and some other areas. Now, the kind of weight is going to be pulling is going to prevent some other candidates, especially of the APC, from getting 25%. So because Atiku is a son of the soil in those areas, he would most likely, even if he doesn't win, he will get over 25%. Now, in the South, places where Atiku might not win, especially in the P2B's stronghold, the Southeast and stuff, he might not get 25%. He might get, because PDP is still strong in those areas, but those will weaken the ability of PDP candidate like that, and then of course the rest of those other two candidates might not be able to get the minimum requirement, and so even if there is someone who scores the highest vote, it might not be enough to declare them winners, or some other technicalities too. So I see a runoff, but again, there's still possibility that you could declare a winner the first run, depending on because there's still time between now and then, because especially if there's going to be horse trading, if Kwakwanso or so would be doing some horse trading. But as of now, I feel that there might be a runoff, and it might still be between APC and PDP. And the reason why I see Kwakwanso going the way of Tinubu, even though him and his governor are not on the same page, is the fact that Kwakwanso has always wanted to be president. And I think a shorter way for him to be president is if a Southerner becomes president now, so that, he will have an opportunity after maybe 8 years. But if a Northerner in the place of Atiku becomes president, I don't see, there won't be opportunity, especially Buhari leaving office. It will not really be convenient for him to come after Atiku. Having a Northerner there for like 16 years, right? So that's where I see it from the point of a personal.
To Shettima after 8 years? What is going to happen to Shettima after 8 years?
After 8 years, if Tinubu is president,
what's going to happen to Shettima?
Let's see. What is happening to Sibanjo right now? Are you seeing? So the vice president doesn't mean that you will be president. None of our vice president has ever been president. The only one that became president was Jonathan, and we all knew what happened. You understand? So it's just the same thing happening to Sibanjo could happen to Shetima and others.
All right,
It's game. Yeah, it's just a game.
All right. Are you in front? Are you in front of a screen? Obina?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to give you two choices, and I want you to pick one. So the first choice is this. Watch this.
Okay.
One touch. We say one touch.
So that's the first choice, Obina. So now the second choice is Odumeje. So the first choice that you saw is who Kwakwanso appointed as his vice presidential running mate. So that's it, Dahosa.
Yes.
So between him and Odumeje, who would you like to be your vice president under a Kwakwanso presidency?
Oh no, it will be Dahosa now, of course. Now that choice is straight. Is it Dahosa? But we all know that. Yes, okay. We all know that the vice president.
Is that your daughter wanting to say hello?
Yes. So we all know that. See, that's if you even wonder if the vice president will even survive the tenure. The people that they are picking right now for VP is just so that it will enable them win election. Most of them are not really. I don't know if they will say associate. Even if they associate, they might still fall out. During their tenure. Atiku was Obasanjo very close associate, but what happened? They fell out. So it's not that their VP doesn't mean that they're going to succeed their boss and all that. The only VP that I think has had a good relationship with his boss is Osibanjo till from beginning to end. Yeah, even Jonathan, same thing too. And yes, and all, but for now.
Obina, not that anybody ever took Kwakwanso seriously. Not that anybody ever did. But if you ever had any doubt about Kwakwanso, if he's presenting somebody like that, you saw him now, does that not just make a ridicule of the whole thing?
No, so I think he's doing the same thing Buhari did, presenting a pastor. So they're trying to, because there was a lot of pushback against Buhari that he would Islamize the country, he's a religion fanatic. There was a lot of, that was the campaign. So they had to choose a pastor in order to neutralize those perceptions.
Are you having a party?
Yes, with children here. Get your toys.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Yes. So, like I said, so the reason I think is look about Christians, but look, not only am I choosing a Christian, I'm choosing a pastor. I'm choosing someone that people respect, So that is serious. I mean, because a lot of people follow this bishop, so it's not making a mockery of it. He's serious too.
Brilliant. Thank you, Obina. So, Obina, let me go on from you to Kulata for reasons of time. So let me go on to you, okay. Kulata. So Kulata, you've joined us latterly, but to the conversation, the Tinubu clap back at Atiku's performance, and the possibility. And the possibility of a runoff. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. Let me. And the possibility of a runoff for the election. So all of that, Kulata.
Tinubu had the limelight. Atiku noticed that, timed a very good stage-crafted interview, and got the limelight back from Tinubu. So this is just an attempt of Tinubu's camp clawing back. to get some attention, even though a lot of the criticism was a bit ridiculous, like pedestrian criticism. But they too have to get in the press. So it's going to be this two-way battle from now till February. Unfortunately for Kwakwanso and Obi, they're going to drown them out. So we're going to see that. And with regards to that interview, that was a win for Atiku. Atiku came out very strong in that interview. And I mean, I know everybody will be yakking about like, the content of what he said, the facts, the this, the that. No. That interview was not meant to be factual. That interview was 90% stagecraft. Like all he was doing was projection. He was projecting himself as an articulate, speaking, presidential candidate that still has his mental faculties in check. And if you judge that interview just based on what I said, he came out with like an A or even A plus, because
so style over substance.
Style over substance, pretty much. Because the Ruben Abati and Abiola kid, they came looking like lapdogs to Atiku. Even the body language, the way they were deferring to him, like that is what you do for a sitting president. So the way you will interview a sitting president, full of respect, full of caution, full of this measured. Obviously, they will have sent those questions ahead of time. And Atiku sat down there and took all those questions. Yeah, did he get into policy details? No, this is not like a debate. It's not an interview where you have to get into the nitty-gritty of policy. And if he attempts that, he's going to contradict himself, or they'll catch him with one misstated fact or not. That's exactly why Obi gets into trouble when he tries to quote all sorts of statistics, and people like me will just say, no, that's bullshit, that's nonsense, that's not the truth. So he stayed above the fray with that respect, even though he had a lot of inaccuracies, like stating like a civil servant could do business. All that we know is wrong, but anybody just watching that interview, like turn off the volume and just watch that interview, see the way the man was carrying himself. He came out pretty well. He came out decent. It's giving Tinubu a challenge. Tinubu too needs to go and get a movie, go and get the music video director to help him shoot his interview in TVC. Because
so are you anticipating that we will do it in TVC? And do you think he has the stamina for an hour-long session?
They will do it for 6 hours now and edit it and cut it. You go stand up. That's how they do it. Someone already mentioned it. He'll be able to do it, but he has to do it with TVC. You can't really risk going to channels or Arise. He can't risk that. It's going to be a disaster for him.
Do you not think they will ridicule him if he did it on TVC?
So he doesn't care now. All he has to say is like, well, look at me too. I'm stunting. I'm also doing interview. And the problem with Tinubu, though, is not going to come out as polished as Atiku, because Tinubu as a speaker, even though when he was a young man, he wasn't a great speaker. He drags his speech, but his brain is faster than his speech. So Tinubu may go off script. Like if they ask him something like a technical question, it may be tempting to answer. And answer he will, but that answer may not come across good. Someone like Atiku, you can see that Atiku was very, very guarded. Tinubu is not a guarded speaker. He is a loose speaker. And he may say some things that will probably have to be edited out. So that's why he can't really afford to go and do interview in any of these stations that are not his own.
All right, but that would be somewhat like cheating, doing that. I'm not sure they will crucify him.
It doesn't matter now. Is spin masters will say, well, you guys requested for an interview, and here's an interview. They will try and bring one of the most objective journalists in TVC to come and conduct the interview, if any of such exist. But they have to manage. Look at Tinubu health and all. You have to manage him as a candidate. for Tinubu to kind of like throw this election away, maybe he has to collapse on stage or something happens to him where everybody kind of like opens their mouth. We all open our mouth and all that. Oh my God, this guy is dying or something. So if you're his political handler, you have to be very, very careful how you present him, who you present him to, where you use him. He has to be very selective if he's to like come out with a gaffe-proof election. So,
Are you anticipating sorry, Ajale Koko, are you anticipating a Tinubu victory, like enigmatic?
I feel Tinubu will pull it off, but I think Atiku will get super, super strong before that election, because this is what I think will happen. As we get closer to the election, I think a lot of realization will set in, a lot of like the euphoria for Obi will have died down, will have worn out. And I mean, Big Brother.
Are you noticing that it's somewhat starting to dissipate?
It should be Big Brother. Big Brother is starting soon now. I mean, isn't that the structure is going to wash away with Big Brother starting, and Premiership will start. So I mean, it's very hard to keep all these kids interested for that long. But apart from that, I started thinking by myself that hey, even this Southeast gone, that everybody is shouting Obi, Obi, Obi. Are we even sure Obi will be able to pull off 100% of the Southeast? And the reason I say that is, have we heard from the parents of all these youths in the Southeast? I mean, the elderly ones in the Southeast. Have we heard from them? Are they shouting Obi, Obi? A lot of the people we hear about Obi are the likes of Joel, maybe people in their early 40s, late 30s, 30s, 20s, the youths. What about their parents? Because their parents may read it in a different way. With age comes wisdom. They may be banking more on like structure, or well, I will rather hold on to something that looks more realistic. Because I've not really heard much from the elderly population in the Southeast. When I say elderly, like 50 and above, is the only noise I've been hearing at the youths. So who knows how they'll vote? And again, if Obi is an exciting candidate, but the Labour Party, we've seen the Labour Party lacks structure. I'm not talking about Obi, but the Labour Party itself. And if Obi is not going to invest in Labour Party structure, if they still insist in this no shishi, mobilizing, there's an extent, it will take, to rely on excitement and excitement alone to get out the vote is hard. We've seen that with youth population worldwide, any election, any country. It's very hard to motivate these guys to stay in the sun, wait for hours, and vote. And you know that they're going to frustrate the life out of everybody on that election day to make sure that the only dedicated people are staying in that line to vote. So without having people in wards, in voting wards and all these places that will be firing people up and doing all that stuff, it's going to be hard to use that Labour Party platform to get the kind of result everybody's anticipating from Obi. So I think the long and short of what I'm saying is, it will be difficult for Obi. I'm making a prediction. I think it will be difficult for Obi to win the Southeast outright. I think Obi and Atiku will drag it, because I just don't see the excitement staying. I don't see them sustaining the excitement without some money to grease the wheels from now till February. I think reality will set in and people will kind of like pitch their tent into what looks more like certainty than euphoria. And I think South-South definitely Obi is not taking South-South. He'll get 25%, but he's not taking South-South. So which makes Atiku going towards the end of that election, Atiku will get more strong. I think he's going to get stronger as we see it. As of today, Tinubu looks like the strongest. But I think as we move towards February, Atiku will start looking very formidable. So we may have that runoff scenario. It's very likely. But I still feel that these northern governors may be the deciding factor. They may give it to Tinubu at the end of the day. That's what I think. But what I think is just my opinion. It doesn't have any factual basis. I mean, we're all like gambling here.
Another factor that people don't consider, with so many atrocities under the Buhari administration, both in terms of the looting and in terms of the killing, all of these people that have done so many things, do you expect that they would allow somebody else to take over governance that might necessarily probe them?
Well, you could have said you could have made that same argument for PDP when they lost. So I won't say no government wants to allow, but the kind of elections that are being held nowadays, if we're going to use Oshun as a yardstick, is not up to. I mean, it looks like that Buhari wants to make transparent elections his legacy. So if we're going to be having those kind of Oshun elections, it's not up to the ruling party to kind of like decide anything. I mean, the only thing they can do if they're going to cheat is maybe claim that the telecoms infrastructure in the remotest part of the north is broken, and then
no signal,
no signal, and then they do the old school rigging, where everything is done at the collation center. They can do that. But if the technology, if there's bandwidth, if there's internet available or whatever technology is used, they won't be able to do that, because rigging is not as easy as we think. There's some conditions for rigging. If people come out to vote, it's very, very difficult to rig. If people don't come out to vote, it's easier to rig. And the next tool you have in your means is voter suppression. You can only do voter suppression in a lot of big cities, populated cities. So they'll probably try to pull that off in Lagos to prevent an upset if it appears that Tinubu is going to be embarrassed in Lagos. I mean, they'll bring out all those MC Oluomo people to try and suppress the vote. But I don't think it is. If it's based on Osun and Ekiti, it's going to be difficult for APC to prevent any eventualities if they're actually going to lose the election. This election may represent more of the will of the people. I will want to believe that based on, this new voting law.
Are you anticipating any violence especially the federal space in February?
In a few hotspots, Lagos. I think there may be a bit of violence in Lagos. I believe that. I believe Tinubu's thugs will try to suppress some of these Igbo-dominated areas. I want to believe that may happen. There's no election that happens that there's no violence in Rivers area. So that comes with the territory. And those are the ones I can think of at the top of my head.
What about the Southeast? Do you anticipate any violence in the Southeast?
I forgot the Southeast. Violence in the Southeast. I don't know what's going on in that area. But
because I'm only asking because they're saying Simon Ekpa is saying there wouldn't be.
Yeah, that Simon Ekpa guy it seems to be like a lunatic. So who knows what those? This is what I'm confused about the Southeast. Who are the unknown gunmen? Who is ESN? I'm just confused about the whole thing. So I just know there are people carrying guns. Are those people going to show up and try and disrupt the elections? Who knows? Who really knows? But I hope there's no voter apathy that we used to have in the Southeast. Because if Simon Ekpa, if they've not released Kanu and this Simon guy is still doing what he does, people may just not show up to vote. So, because I don't even think these Biafra folks are, the mass-up ones are not big fans of Obi, because I think some people died under his administration in Anambra. So some of them beef him. But I don't think it's the same mass-up guys that are part of the IPOB. So Southeast, I can't tell. It depends on if people decide to listen to Simon Ekpa or they decide to take their futures into their own hands.
And Wike is telling us to wait in anticipation of a big expose. Is it just time for the guy to shut up?
Wike needs to just shut up. I mean, Wike right now, his position is untenable. He doesn't really have any leverage. So if I was him, I would just keep my mouth shut and remain calm. Because I mean, right now he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. So he's not. He doesn't have the power. He doesn't have anything to bargain with. I mean, he's not the next governor that will come from Rivers State. He's most likely going to be a PDP governor. And you don't want to see
Tonyeko.
Isn't Tonya APC?
Oh, did you say PDP? Okay, carry on.
PDP is going to be a PDP governor. Tonya tried now, he didn't win. So if he's going to be a PDP governor, that person will not want to burn his bridges with the federal if Atiku wins. So Wike should just keep his. I mean, he should keep his peace. That's what I would advise him to do.
All right, brilliant. 12 posts. So thank you, Kolata. So Kolata, for time, let me go on from you to War Peace. So War Peace, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm inside the train, so I might not talk too loud.
All right, brilliant. So to the runoff or no runoff space, are you anticipating a runoff, a rerun, and who do you think emerges as the winner after that?
Yeah, I think the way things are going right now, if the South aspirant don't come together, South aspirant, like South aspirant come together to dialogue, wait for the election. I think there will be a runoff. And there's a runoff, the North will take it. But the North will always come back and play politics together next. And we South cannot do that. So maybe Atiku might take it if there's a runoff. So it's good that the OB, Tinubu, whoever in South right now come together and sit down and strategize how they can go to the election to get a victory for the South, regardless who wins. That's how I see it.
All right, and the back and forth between Tinubu and Atiku regarding the Atiku interview. So is it getting petty? What are you making of it?
No, that's politics now. Politics just began now. Anything Tinubu say, Atiku people will come after him. Anything Atiku say, Tinubu will find a role in it. That's just politics. Campaign have started indirectly. So I don't see any big deal about that. It's what Atiku is supposed to do. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're losing you somewhat, but like you said, you're in a train.
Yeah. But I said it's just a normal politics. Politics just start now. Campaign just start now. So whatever Tinubu team will come after him, whatever Tinubu team do, Atiku team will counter him too. So it's just a normal phenomenon in politics.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let me go from you, War Peace, because the reception is very poor. Or do you want to take on the Wike space, or
like you said, Wike should relax. Hello?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Carry on.
Like you said, Kulata said, Wike should calm down.
No, we've lost you.
Okay, all right. Go to the next person.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. Thank you. So Tony, to you, are you still there, Tony?
Yes, I'm here. Now.
All right. So Tony, to the topics, are you anticipating a rerun as being predicted by the Americans, and who do you think wins after that?
Well, like I say, I don't believe in this election, but at the end of the day, we have to choose. We must be analyzing towards the southern candidate. So just like what Peace was trying to say there. So I don't know why our Oga, Professor Atiku'S is always talking about the other people that they have the structure, whatever structure. We don't, so we don't care about it. So we don't give a damn about structure. But all we have to do is that there was an understanding, amongst us here that this power must come to the south from our leader, Akeredolu. So then that is what we should be working towards. Not just say that we want to be politically correct all the time. So the time of being politically correct is already gone, because there was once upon a time a country. So we are looking to, to see how we can be able to live together in peace and harmony, or if it doesn't work out, then we have to separate peacefully. So that's why we say the power must rotate to the south. So everybody on this platform, because I'm highly disappointed today. For some days now, I'll be disappointed with Ajani Koko's contribution, with due respect. But
no,
today,
leave Ajani Koko alone.
I said professor.
It's your contribution that we want to hear.
Okay. But today, sorry, sir. But today,
leave Ajani Koko alone, please.
Okay, sir.
No, just leave him alone.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on the back and forth between
Yes,
Atiku?
but at the end of the day, I need protection. We need protection for our people, sir. That is why. So then, for the protection that nothing like renown, like as I said before, and then please, sir. Then I want to correct some some impression people have been making here. People that are permutating that this is this for the South. At the end of the day, people are going to it is tribal politics we're practicing in Nigeria on Africa by extension. So when it comes to when the chiefs are down, you see that people of Edo State and Delta, you see the Sokos, the Urobos, the Jos, right up to Port Harcourt, to all those Calabar, Akwa Ibom, they will just teach towards Tinubu because of the culture. You know what I'm saying? So that's it's just natural. You can see that it happened during the primaries where those people stepped down for Tinubu, unexpectedly. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. So when people are saying that, and they remember that we have people for Tinubu, in Edo State, So, but part of Edo State also, they will go to maybe 25%, and the Delta State, all this Asaba, but that we are majority there. The Yoruba people that people that are aligned with Yoruba tribe, they are more in the south zone. Ijos, the Isoko, the Robos, the Benis, the Essence, and then the Owans. So these people they will go through. They will go to Tinubu. You know what I'm saying? And then if you look at the history, the same thing. When they talk of 1979 election, I've read it. I know exactly what about it. I was already 13 years or 15 years old, so I know this. So what do you want to tell me? So that time it was Awolowo's party that won everything. You know what I'm saying? In our states there. So that's that was where all these people go to school. People go to school. They have free education, free medical care, and all this kind of stuff. Party of Nigeria. So and that's why I always lose my support for this guy, for MKO, because Awolowo should have been our president to be able to, so that he can replicate all what he did in Western region, across the whole country. But because of the powers that be, they couldn't let him, so they let him do it. So right now, there will be no rerun. This party, with the APC, nobody like them. I don't like them. Now from the offset, I have to be, you guys have to, I'm a very fair guy. So I want Tinubu to come so that he can be able to create those state police, etc., because somebody has said that he bought 4 vehicles and then to be transporting contrabands. I mean, just openly like that. So he cannot bring anything to the table, sir.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So Tony,
no more question for me, very briefly.
All right. Do you want to speak on the Wike space? What do you think his politics is and should be?
Yes, sir. So and then I'm very happy that people are speculating that whatever, because those guys, Wike, is a thief also. I always say that Peter Obi is a thief, Tinubu is a thief, everybody is a thief. But if they can be able to work together as Satan, so that we can be able to bring that power back to the south, it's good. Because if you look at the video that is just circulated right now, all this Peter Obi, all this Wike, all this Tinubu, all the children, they are schooling abroad. You know what I'm saying, sir? So at the end of the day, but let us take one of them that we know that it can bring us justice. What we are hearing for right now is state police, not be by saying, speaking from both sides of his mouth yesterday, and the people are not talking about, when they're talking about subsidy, they're not talking about, say, okay, we are going to create refineries within 3 months, not selling the properties of the government. Because if you look at Petrobras of Brazil and then this Russia petrol companies, they partner with private people, but the government has to still control it, so that to make sure that they bring the prices of everything down. How can are we human beings that we have petroleum products on the ground like Poto, we can't just refine them, even though our mothers can refine this palm oil by go to the bush, plug the banga, come and cook it, mash it, and then cook it to refine. Why can't the government do that if we are not bush animals? That is sir.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Tony. So Tony, I must now start to round off here. So I round off, of course, to land on Ajale Koko. And gentlemen, just so I can go get some you know, whatever, lamb sip and then go to bed. So if you huddle through it just as swiftly as you can, let's go to Obina as he continues to party with the kids. And Obina, how come we were not invited to this soiree that you are having? Obina, our closing remarks.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
Yes, are you hearing me now?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Don't worry. Next time I will invite you. It was impromptu. Kids' birthday, so just have to bring her home so that they can come have fun. Yeah. So, if my rounding remarks, I don't know the game that Wike is playing because I didn't mention that earlier on. So I know that for sure he's interested in his accountant general succeeding him as governor. But on the presidential side, because there was a comment he made recently where I think he was commissioning some flyover or something, or he was inspecting, and he said that, see, with this work we've done, there's no way that PDP will not win. Then he now specifically mentioned that PDP, he now tried to correct himself that people running for Senate, House of Reps, honorable members, governor, he made sure he excluded the presidency from it. But the thing is, when he was running, he kept on saying that he will work for the party if it's not him. So how come that is changing? So that means, is it that we can't hold him to his word? Now, if you said you're going to expose what happened, if they made you VP, would you have said you would, maybe running mate, would you have said you expose what happened? So I just feel like your loyalty goes beyond when everything is good. Yes, we know that he did a lot for the party, to keep the party afloat. When people left, especially during Jonathan's period, how he rose up and took leadership of the party in the state and made sure they delivered PDP to Jonathan, the votes, and everything. Yes, he did a lot. But you can't say that somebody treated you bad because you all ran for election. So somebody is going to make a choice, and the choice wasn't you. It doesn't mean that you were not liked, because you even did very good for someone who was running for the first time against someone who had run severally. You did very, very good. So you can't throw away those people that voted for you because you're angry with the other people that didn't vote for you. You can't do that. You have to be there. So what my own is, you need to show loyalty. Loyalty really comes when things are not good, not when things are good. So if you can't be seen to be romancing other party officials because you're not happy with your current, and the same thing with his other, this election that happened in Osun State now, they just showed him that, we can do this without you. So I think he needs to step up and, man up and just swallow pride, and so that you can get the part to the table. So this election, as the time goes by, my roundup comments will be, as the time goes by, things are becoming not clear. It's becoming confusing by the day. Initially, you say, is this party that's decided to win? But right now, it's confusing. And the reason I say that is, in Osun State, as much as PDP that won, I don't think it's a victory for PDP per se. It's victory for the youth, because I think the youth came out very well to vote. And for the first time, the percentage of voters that's compared to people who registered was very high, 57%. And I heard it was a presentation of that the youth made that happen. So that to me shows me that someone like P2B is going to pull serious weight. And
So nobody can be ignored at this time. So we'll just, but again, when we should all know that all these guys you're talking about, they're all friends, they're all political associates at the end of the day. So whoever wins or loses, they will still work together. But it's just for us to, at the end of the day, make the choice of who would be better for Nigeria at this time, So the game is still on. Thank you very much for, having this opportunity for us to interact and share our own views. This is very good. We'll keep doing this so that at least we contribute. If they ever hear us, they will be able to contribute to a better Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Obina. So well put. So don't leave it too long next time. All your fans are always asking that where is Obina? Where is Obina? So that's Obina, the people who have been asking. So from Obina, let's go to Tony. Tony, we're taking closing remarks. Tony, your words.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Somebody attacked me from River State. He said that River State don't like Yoruba people. I said, okay, it's okay. But the Ogoni people and the Joe people in River State, they are going to ally with us. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just begging Peter Obi, Wike, and Tinubu to work together so that we can have the power back in this, so that we can be able to make the country work for everybody. So that's what I'm, or what I'm, advocating. It's not that I don't need a fight. You can see that I also attack my brothers here. I attack my brothers here. But don't have to, Ogoni. You see the names? You see the people, their names. Look at all this Asari Dokubo. Instead of Tokumbo, you say Dokumbo. You know what I'm saying? Instead of Adesua, you see, your son is so, you see, Ademola, then you say Adesua. So we are all the same thing. Omotola, Omono, Omone. So you see that all the names there. So these people are the same people. So the Igbos and Yoruba, we cannot kill each other. We know from history. We can live together. We can call somebody and say you they carry shit, the other one say they peaceful house. It doesn't make a difference. We are brothers and sisters. So we share the same culture, the same names. We are not Abutikadia or Almadu or mad people. Also, okay, sir. Good night, sir. Southern Nigeria, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, let's go on to. Sorry, let me remove this from the screen. So from Tony, let's go on to Enigmatic. Enigmatic, are you still with us? We're taking closing remarks. Enigmatic on D.
Okay. Well, I'll once again appreciate your effort, regardless of how you are feeling now. Health-wise, I can only continue to doff my hat for you for this continuous sacrifice for everybody. Thank you for the platform. And then I will just say this to Tony. Mr. Tony, I know your stance about being the unity you are trying to preach over here, but one thing you need to know very loud and clear: an average Igbo person will prefer another Fulani, to go to Aso Rock than any Yoruba if you don't know what is going on between them. They hate Yorubas, and the moment you understand that, you won't bother yourself about that. So let that one go. It won't happen. So number two, whatever Wike is doing now, I believe a lot of folks may be thinking is overplaying it, but politically, I believe he's doing the right thing. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If Saraki, Tambua, Atiku, and a whole lot of them that are holding the jugular now and in PDP can walk against PDP in 2015, walk out of PDP and come back to PDP almost 2 or 3 times, and then come back to pick where they left. And then if he wants to do his own too, then I believe he has the right. Wike's parent or Wike's family is not the owner of PDP. So loyalty has a threshold. So that's what he's trying to tell them. And once again, I say hi to everybody. I respect everybody's opinion, and we should understand the fact that regardless of our perspective and views about all these situations, no hatred, and then we are just trying to make Nigeria better. Thank you so much, Mr. One Man and Ajale Koko and everybody on the platform. Thank you.
Brilliant. Well put. So that's Enigmatic Undo. You can tell he's a lawyer just from the way he speaks. So from the lawyer Enigmatic to the data man Kulata. So Kulata, closing remarks.
One man. First things first. You go take care of yourself, man. Take some rest. gets, I mean, knack or something. Just clear that flu-like symptom. But for everybody, I mean, glad talking to you guys again. I want to compel.
Don't worry about one man. It's a strong man. It's from or you are laughing.
Oh, you're laughing.
Yes. They are from Oyo laughing. You know where Oyo Empire. You know how Oyo Empire was.
Of course, now Katunga.
Yes. So those people, no, they don't fall. They don't fall. They're the strongest. So just leave one man alone.
Oh, okay.
It's good. Yeah.
So, so I want everybody to do one thing. Ajanleko talked about 1979 election. I mean, I wasn't on the panel then, so I went to check. It's actually a very, very interesting exercise, just to kind of like show you how it will. I mean, how the things may pan out. I mean, Aminu Kano looks like Kwakwanso, someone that's only going to win Kano. Peter Obi looks like Zeke, someone that's only going to win some parts of the southeast, not all. And Tinubu looks like Awolowo and Atiku looks like Shagari, but there's a slight difference there. Kwara, that Shagari won, Kwara, Niger, I think that will change. I mean, it's just a very good exercise for everybody to do. I mean, just juggle some numbers around. It will go a long way to kind of like thinking through of what this election will eventually look like. But see you guys tomorrow. Like, share, subscribe. Sally B, don't worry, Peter Obi is not going to win. It's not my fault. It's just the fact.
Don't worry, you and Sally B. I'm having my suspicion. No, are we going to? Are we going to have
Peter Obi is not going to win. And it's not Kulata that's going to make it lose.
Look at that. Balogo lẹ́yìn obìnrin.
Mo fẹ́ sọ pé kó lọ pàrònú rẹ̀ kì í ṣe fault mi.
Look at that. All the everybody is just okay. Anyway, let me not go there. But that time we are watching you. You think we are not watching you? We are watching you.
All right.
Leave the limits alone.
Talk to you guys tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. A real delight. So the final word as ever, the mighty one, Ajanleko. Closing remarks.
Thank you, woman, and I thank everyone that came on the platform today. You all did well. Your contribution was quite meaningful. And I thank all our listeners around the world that have been listening from the beginning to this time. Please, if you have not clicked on the like button, please do that right now, because when you do that, it helps the YouTube algorithm of this platform, and they can spread the message further to every Nigerians around the world, every Africans around the world. Nigeria is in crisis, is collapsing every day. The currency is the rate at which is the valuing is alarming. So we have to do everything to save that country, because when we save that country, we save ourselves, and when we save that country, we save the future generation. So we must not fail in our responsibility to save that country. And that is why I think one man brings us together every time to let us, come together as one people from different parts of Nigeria. And we've been doing this. We have been friends. We've been family. We are one man family now, and we are family. We know ourselves. We sometimes when one man doesn't come, we miss him. We miss each other. It happened to me, and I believe that it happened to others as well. So let us be talking to our people at home to vote for the right candidate. I am talking to my people back home, and I believe everyone is doing the same thing too. So other than that, let me thank those behind the scene at the commentary section. You are the strength of the platform. Keep on doing what you know to do best. From our brother Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more. I thank you so much for today, and I thank Alessandra Akashi, the secretary, and I thank Selby. I thank Ogadi Master. That guy, everybody, he just jab everybody in that commentary section. He is full of energy. I don't know where I get that energy from. And I thank Ortiz, our military officer. Thank you so much. And I thank my sister, Bonksma. I'm still expecting you to come on the show. They come and come and tell us something about what you think on some of this situation that we are dealing with in Nigeria. So, and every other person, please, if I didn't mention your name, please bear with me. We'll be expecting you tomorrow as well. And one man, the man that drives us, the man that organizes us, the man that pushes us, the man that interrogates us, the man that questions us, the one man, the eagle, I give it to you. Tomorrow, we're expecting you, and I want to guarantee you when you bring it, tomorrow, we'll be here, we shall join you, and we shall do it again tomorrow by the grace of God. Thank you, one man, the eagle. See you tomorrow, and have a good evening. Rest well, and enjoy your weekend with your family as well. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Ajale Coco. So thank you, Ajale Coco. When Ajale Coco is around, then only one person rounds off the session. So that was Ajale Coco. So as Ajale Coco was talking then about us, pretty much friendships and whatnot are going on the platform. So it just put me in mind, it's only off this platform I've gotten to know an engineer who I he's just well, I won't say it's down the road from me. It's in Birmingham, Celibes, etc. How else would I get to know somebody like Ajanle Koko or Alexander Gomez? So this is what Ajanle Koko was talking about. I think even people like Mike, like Jafar and Ovie, they've actually even now meeting, and I think even Jafar and Ovie are probably going on holiday soon. You saw how excited Jafar got when Ovie was recounting stories about Miami. So just the long-standing friendships that are forming, and all of it, of course, through your participation. So let's continue that. So we'll reconvene tomorrow again, almost certainly, and we do it all over again. New topics, same headline, the Nigerian space, and how they are trying to diddle us out of what is rightfully ours. So we are continuing the struggle as Ajale Koko calls it tomorrow. So I'll leave it there, carry the conversation and within the comment section, but here I say peace.